this a 21 gun salute here?
No damn rock music tonight, man. Yeah, come on, guys. Come on. Seriously. Come on. How can this happen? What are you doing?
Did you not expect it to happen? Come on. I knew it was going to happen. It was either the Dodgers or Yankees, man.
The Yankees or the Mets.
Come
on, man. Seriously,
hey,
you cannot let this happen.
I keep saying it as a Giants fan, man. The more you the distance between the Giants and Dodgers gets bigger. The bigger the chasm.
Right. Yes.
The bigger the chasm, the more ownership has to get their head out of your what.
Fire them.
They got to get fired.
Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want your ilk. Get out of here. I'm done. I've had enough.
Oh, man. Okay.
I'm doing my best to keep. Dan, I'm biting my tongue.
Hey, I'll just tell you, this would have never happened had the Giants got somebody in there like a Ned Colletti, a Brian Sabian running the show, because they wouldn't lose to the Dodgers and be embarrassed like this. They would not get embarrassed. And what you got to do right now is take that $300 million that you were going to throw out to Yamamoto and that $700 million and you got to go out and sign 3 pitchers. You got to go out and sign Snell, Montgomery, and Imanaga.
You know what? Here's the thing. I thought about that.
And trade for Burns.
Oh, listen to this. So we got to rely on Farhan Zaidi, who's never signed a good free agent, who's never traded anybody, and we're going to have to rely on him to sign these guys and make trades at the same time? Jeez. Oh, man. Oh, my God. How does he do? Look, if it was any other GM, I would say, Dan, you're right on. But man, can you?
He doesn't have it.
Do this.
If you heard me on the game tonight, 95-7, the game, when it broke that the Giants were out of this, I told Mark Willard and FP Santangelo that this is not Farhan's fault in the sense that he's not made out for this. It's the ownership's fault for sticking with this guy. You hired a freaking engineer in a salesman's world. Yep. This is a salesman's world. You have to sell Yamamoto. I'm going to tell you the story a little later on tonight, and we may have Ned Colletti on tomorrow night. A real pending on Ned's schedule. Spoke with Ned earlier today and tried to get him on for tonight, but he's just been on a long road trip and just got in, and so maybe tomorrow night works out. But this is all at the feet of Farhan Zaidi, and I'm going to break it down for you. Let me call my Dodger buddy real quick, and I'm going to put myself on mute. I want to get a Dodgers perspective on this and see if he'll come in.
They spent $1 billion this offseason. $1 billion. $1 billion, man.
I'm going to mute myself. Go ahead.
Come on, man. How can this happen? Jeez, a moly, man. So now we got, like I said before, now we got to rely on Farhan to pull a rabbit out of his hat and try to get a free agent to sign with the damn Giants. Everyone's seen that the Giants are missing out. Why would they want to come here now? You're setting a precedent, just like my damn thumbnail. Look at all those damn guys who never showed up. Who would want to come here? Who would want to come here? Oh, I guarantee you Boris is on the phone with Farhan saying, I got you now. What you know what I mean? I got you now. You're going to have to overpay my guy. Well, you could have had freaking Gosman for 5 years at $20 million, which would have been a damn, that's like a shopping the bargain bin. But now what do you got to, now you got to open that. Now you got to do exactly what you didn't want to do because you put yourself in this position. So now you're gonna watch. You're probably gonna have to get Snell 7 years and $200+ million. Now, don't get me wrong, Snell will probably be okay for a couple of years, but it's something that Farhan's not comfortable with doing, and he's never been able to do that. And at the same time, you're gonna have to throw all your prospects out there to try to make this team competitive for 2024, or you just say to hell with
it. Oh, baby. Well, it is it's a tough thing, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to bring in Sean Proctor in here, and he'll give us a take. And I'm going to give you my take on right now. Let me bring in Sean. Welcome, Sean.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Sean?
I'm going to give you my take on why this is Farhan's fault and why he has to go and why the Giants will never be successful under Farhan Zaidi. You don't think free agents, when they're getting ready to sign with a team, they call buddies on that team and they talk and they ask them, what's it like? And guys that talk to Ross Stripling, Conforto, Haniger, they says, yeah, I was promised to start, but then I went into a slump and then they platooned me. Yeah, I was going to be the starting pitcher, but then they put me in the bullpen. You cannot trust what Farhan has done because he's used this over analytics, and now the players and their wives do not want to come. It's not because so much just the city. It's because of Farhan Zaidi, the way he's run this organization into the ground. And because he's run it into the ground, players talk. And I guarantee you, I heard FP Santangelo talking about this on 95.7 The Game. He explained it. He says, yeah, guys call and they ask you questions. They ask you all kinds of things, and they want to know. And players are going to be honest with one another because they're not going to say, oh, yeah, it's great. And then you get here and you're promised a starting spot in the everyday lineup, and then you're platooned. They don't want to come here. And it's because of Farhan. It has nothing to do with the city. You pay a guy enough money, they'll come, but they don't want to come to a team that has no direction. And this is at the feet of the owners for hiring a guy who is an engineer in a sales world. He couldn't sell his way out of, he couldn't sell, gosh,
legitimately, do you think it's him leading these meetings with these free agents?
I think he's in there, and I think he
because I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. You're either in sales or you're not. You're either a good person, a good personal communicator to other people and selling a product, which he needs to sell the Giants as a product, or you're not. And if you just look at him and you see his interactions with other people, you see his press conferences, he's so awkward.
Yes,
he's very awkward. He's a social.
He's he's incredibly awkward, and I wouldn't buy shit from that guy. I just wouldn't.
Exactly. There's no way I would ever want to buy anything from that guy because he doesn't ooze any confidence. You know what FP shared? I wish I could get FP on the show. He shared this today. He said when he signed with the Giants that Ned Colletti and Brian Sabian, Brian Sabian and Ned Colletti back in the day could not get a hold of, they didn't have digital stuff back then. The office was closed on the weekend at Candlestick. And so Ned Colletti and Brian Sabian hopped the fences and got into their offices to get onto the phone to get the number to FP's dad. FP gets home and says, hey, the Giants tried to reach you today. He said, the Giants? So he calls back, and then they sign him, and Ned Colletti, Brian Sabian tells him the richness of this organization is we want you, and we don't make mistakes. That's confidence. That's and then when FP was struggling in the season, early on in the season, he was batting in the 180s. He said something like that. and he was kind of down. Sabian walked up to him, poked him in the chest, said, "I told you, we don't make mistakes," and walked away.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah.
What did that do for FP? He goes, "Man, I belong."
Yeah.
Farhan, could you see Farhan? Farhan.
How'd that go? How'd that go, Dan? There you go. Change the glasses.
Geez, get the. I mean, get this.
Jesus Christ.
Come on. Would you guys will run through a wall for people like Sabian and Coletti. Farhan, they're just gonna go, man. This is,
Prop is right, dude. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, he's right. The only thing we can do is not buy gear, not support the team, not go to games. If you don't watch, those numbers will dwindle, and they see those numbers. I mean, the sad thing is, we want to support them. We want to watch the young guys. You gotta hope that this year's gonna be a little bit different, but it's not. It's not gonna be any different. It's just not.
Maybe thank you for that $10. Right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Prop. But maybe the platooning's not going to be the same because Gabe is gone and Farhan he literally cannot platoon as much as he did last year. People will rip him to shreds. But because Melvin's there, I don't think the platooning's going to be exactly the same as it was last year. But as far as the team, in my opinion, unless they do something drastic and get like 3 or 4 quality players, it's going to be the same shit.
This is the type of stuff that you need somebody that is, competitive and is going to say, you know what? Fine. They got Yamamoto. They got Otani. We're going to build the heck out of our farm. And we're going to make some decent trades. We're going to sign some pitching. And we're going to beat these MFers in the playoffs. We're going to make it in the playoffs in a short series, and we're going to stack Logan Webb, Blake Snell, Corbin Burns, and Jordan Montgomery up against these guys, and that's how you beat them.
It seems so basic and simple, but it's
simple.
So smart.
But they won't do it.
So smart.
You have the money. You've already tried to give away $1 billion and no one took it. You tried to give $1 billion, and now, so you could probably spend $1 billion right now and go get those pitchers I mentioned, Montgomery, Snell, and
Burns.
And
Is he a free agent?
No, you can trade for him though, and you can re-sign him to a monster deal.
He needs to change the scenery. That guy's a stud still. He's a stud still.
Yeah. And then you factor that, and you have this 4-headed monster rotation. Then you could you might as well, you can Bellinger, he might be back to MVP type Bellinger. Who knows? But you got money to burn. You might as well do it. You might as well just go out and build as best you can with the money. And in the meantime, build your stinking farm system. Have a philosophy and draft players that fit that philosophy. The game's changed. It's past Farhan. The game has gone to speed and athleticism and defense. And Farhan built a team that's slow, non-athletic, and strikes out a ton.
Yeah, you got to put the ball in play.
And
there's no shift. You can steal after 2 throws. It's all about speed.
Hey, Mark, thanks for the $5, buddy. He says Major League Baseball as an entity is screwed. The Dodgers spent over $1 billion on 2 guys. Those contracts would have paid the payroll for the the amount that they spent on 2 players exceeds every damn team in the Major League's payroll. Every single team.
No, it doesn't.
But he's saying those contracts would have paid the payroll.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
But
you know what?
For 12 teams total.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay,
12
gotcha.
total teams.
But I'm telling you right now, I'm to the point of why even throw out these ideas of what they could do because they can't do nothing.
Let's get I'm going to get my Dodger buddy on here, and he's got a few minutes. We're going to talk to him by phone and get his perspective on this signing and what he thinks about it for the Dodgers and for baseball.
Can you get FP? Can you call FP and get him on?
I've tried to reach out to FP. I direct message. I haven't got a response back. So
okay.
So hold on. Let me get Markham on here. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of fans out there that are straight up pissed off, just like and that's what I am. Look, I'm not no journalist or anything like that. I'm just a San Francisco Giants fan, and from these last couple of years, it's been nothing but a headache.
I mean,
Did
you hear Kerry Crowley? Did you hear Kerry Crowley? What he said?
Yeah, I heard what he said. Yeah,
It's been 9 years. I mean, I was there. I was there when Mad Bum shoved in Game 7. That was the last. That's the last playoff series the Giants have won, and it's been almost 10 years.
Correct.
In a league of expanded playoffs.
Exactly.
That's just that for the Giants, for the type of organization the Giants are. That is just downright unacceptable.
You're unacceptable.
Right. Unacceptable.
Scott, you're damn right. I'm always angry because I see what this team's doing. You could see it. They telegraphed it. You could totally see what was going to happen. Look, we're not no magicians or freaking wizards out here. We could see with our eyes what the hell's going on with this team. And what are you going to do? I mean, you got to root out that ownership, which is probably never going to happen. And you got to get rid of Farhan.
All right, guys. I'm gonna bring in my buddy, also down here in Arizona, Markham, a longtime Dodger fan, grew up in Southern California, played the game, coached the game, so he knows baseball. Welcome in, Markham. How's it going, Markham?
It's going really well. I didn't realize until you sent me the text 5 minutes ago that the Dodgers made another signing, so that was pretty exciting stuff.
Can you guys hear him okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right. So what do you think of the signing? What do you think of for baseball? What do you think of it for the rivalry? What do you think?
For baseball, I guess for baseball, maybe, anytime you can bring in a player that's got the credentials in another marketplace in another league and such as in Japan, that's globally, you can bring in players from another part of the world and put them on the biggest, platform as there is in baseball, which is the Major League Baseball. So that's exciting globally. Is it exciting for the game in itself that the Dodgers now have stacked not just the number one most popular, most attractive free agent in the market, but now the number two, maybe Juan Soto not being a free agent, but an acquisition by trade. But it's fantastic for the Dodgers, but is it great for baseball? Because you're kind of stacking. It makes me think of the 1970s Yankees when Steinbrenner became the owner of the team, and he started pilfering the Oakland A's of the best players in baseball. I love it that the Dodgers are building what could be a potential great team. But at the same time, you and I've talked many times, Dan, about how a team should go about building a franchise and building a winning franchise. And I'm not one of those guys that's a real advocate of lavishing certain players with, multi-year expensive contracts and not still focusing on developing young players and having an avenue for young players when they can get to the place where they're talented enough to make it as a big leaguer. Is there a position for them? Or has a team like the Dodgers gone out and traded or acquired a player that basically makes it impossible for that young player to have a chance at the big league level? So I have kind of mixed emotions about it. I'm excited because these guys are obviously two of the best players potentially in the major leagues. But is it great for baseball? And I don't know about that because it does kind of stack. How does it look for the young Arizona Diamondbacks team, which you and I've talked about with great, enthusiasm, how they've built that team from, the draft picks and young players and stuff like that. And then you've got the Giants who are struggling to acquire talent. And you've got teams like the Padres who are depleting a roster of talent. And you've got a team like the Rockies who have no chance whatsoever. So this also
has a potential in some ways. We saw it last year with the Mets and the Padres. You still got to go out and win it on the field. This could backfire on the Dodgers if they don't produce.
Sure. Oh, absolutely. And you and I communicated back and forth a few times by text of as excited as I am because I had a chance to see Ohtani play with being a LA Dodger fan, but also being a, Angels fan as well. He's a phenomenal player, but it comes with a a bit of a question mark with. It's gone on record to say he didn't get a Tommy John surgery this time. He got some unspoken, unnamed elbow surgery, arm surgery. But this is the second one he's had in the time he's been a major leaguer. And that there's a cautionary tale to be said for that, because is he going to be able to pitch again in a year from now? Or the Dodgers going to change the dynamic and say he's no longer going to become a starting pitcher, but he's going to be a relief pitcher? Or maybe are they going to develop him to be an outfielder and, a full-time player, but be an outfielder and take away his multi-purpose talents? You're right. The Padres did the same thing. They built a mega team with free agent signings and all that kind of stuff. And they were bad. They underachieved. And sometimes that means you've got too many egos in the locker room. And Ohtani doesn't strike me as that type. I don't know that much about I think it's Yamamoto, right? Isn't that his name? Yeah. I don't know that much about his personality. I just know that he said he wanted to be on the biggest stage. And so maybe he's got the talent to say, I want to see how good I am playing on the biggest stage. But, big leaguers have egos. We know that. So they got to win it on the field. You're right. The Dodgers, you beat me up with this over a while now. The Dodgers make it to the playoffs, and except for the strikes, the COVID shortened season, they've not won anything. So, they've got to win it on that. And they still have to. They still have some holes to fill. They still got to add to the pitching staff. They've got to increase their bullpen. They've got to get better depth. They've got to see if some of these younger players will develop, and they got to see if Gavin Lux is a major league capable shortstop. So,
yeah. So what do you think? What would you, if you were as a Dodger fan, how would you feel if everything was reversed and this was happening? These signings were with the Giants. How would you feel as a Dodger fan?
Demoralized. I absolutely feel demoralized. I'd feel like I'm fielding a minor league team against a major league team. And I would be so discouraged that my ownership group and my management group. Well, it's kind of the way I feel about the Angels. You and I've talked about that. I feel so bad that Mike Trout has wasted he's been arguably one of the greatest players of his generation, and he's wasted his time playing for an inferior team that's not giving him a chance to really have a chance to play in the big, the playoffs and showcase his talents.
He chose
probably one of the most underappreciated stars of any generation, because he's played for a mediocre team. And I think that's so. I look at the Angels and I look at how they've made bad salary signings, made bad contracts, and they've not been able to produce on the field to be successful. And yet they've got, high payroll, and it hasn't produced winning. So I think if I was a Giants fan or a fan of another team, even the National League, that's looking at saying, look at these teams that are building like the Mets were last year and like the Padres were, they're just throwing money at players. You feel demoralized. I think you'd feel demoralized. I could understand that. So if it was the shoe was on near the foot, the Giants were acquiring all these high level talents, and my team wasn't doing it, I'd start thinking about how much I'm going to continue to support an inferior team. It's very hard. It's hard to be a full-time, long-time, diehard fan. And you and I've talked about it. I feel sorry for you in a lot of ways, because I respect your passion for the game, and yet you've got to be discouraged to see your Giants. What happened last year with free agency and missing out on 2 or 3 core players and Judge and Correa and stuff. And now this year, the 2 arguably the most marketable free agents are off the board. And now who are the Giants? I mean, they did make the one signing, kind of the under radar, Japanese player who might end up being a very talented addition to the team, but they need more than that. So what are they going to do? What are they going to do? And so as a Giants fan, I do have empathy for you because of that.
Well, yeah, we could use it, but the frustrating part as a Giants fan is it's hard to find hope when you don't have a front office and an ownership that really knows how to get deals done. It's not a problem with the ballpark. It is a problem with the ballpark, but they won before in that same park. It's a problem with the type of leadership that is running this franchise right now, because they don't know how to compete. What I've said is, well, you just threw out $1 billion that nobody took. you offered 300 in the neighborhood for Yamamoto and 700 for Ohtani. You still have that $1 billion that you were going to spend. Why don't you go load up with the strongest pitching staff that's ever been, made in Major League Baseball? You got Webb. Go get Snell. Go get Jordan Montgomery. Go trade for Corbin Burns, and maybe add this other Japanese pitcher, Imanaga, and you got 5 solid starters. Plus, you got Kyle Harrison. Maybe you use Harrison in a trade for Burns, and get 5 fantastic starters. Add a little bit here and there. Maybe you get a Cody Bellinger, and now you beat teams with pitching, and that always has won in baseball.
It's not a bad strategy, to be honest with you, Dan. I think that has to be plan B at this point because plan A didn't bear fruit. But at the same time, the Giants aren't going to fix the problem necessarily by adding free agent pitchers. They've got too many holes. They really needed to build a farm system that can take these kids, and they had the look of it early last season. Some of the kids they promoted started out looking great, and I don't remember their names, but you mentioned their names a lot to me, and I said, man, these kids are looking good, and then they kind of faded as the season wore on. But they've got too many Confortos and Hanigers and guys that are piecemeal, and Jack Peterson. They just have too many dead contracts, dead weight players that are not going to be players that are going to turn this team around. And I'd like to see them. We've talked about some of these organizations. How is it that the Rays, with their budget, seem to always come up with competitive teams with players that, once they get to a certain point in time, they trade them away so they don't have to pay a lot of money to them, like the Dodgers acquiring that, the pitcher that they got.
Yeah, I don't know how the Rays do it.
Why don't they follow that blueprint?
That's what I've said. Find the guy that's running the Rays and double his salary and pull him over to the Giants and let him fix this thing and get the minor leagues, because they haven't developed for years. They haven't had a good minor league system. They won those 3 world championships because they had a pretty good system at the time. Their whole infield was homegrown. They had pitching that was homegrown, and then they filled in the gaps. But I don't know what they're going to do. But you know what? I'm going to let you go because I'm going to get back to this chat. Okay. But just wanted to get your take as a Dodger fan. How it it's got to be pretty exciting, as you said. But it's kind of.
Yeah, I'm excited, but at the same time, it's tempered because they got to do it on the field, and then it's injuries can happen. Look what happened to the Dodgers pitching staff the last 2 years. So, you're one blown elbow away from now. You're scrambling to get a 4th starter, 5th starter, and things like that. The other thing, I'll throw out there, and I'll sign off and let you get back to all your other, podcasties. Is I think the Baltimore Orioles have struggled for a lot of years, but they seem to be turning it around a bit too with some young players. And
I couldn't
name 3 of their star players per se, except some of these young kids. But they seem to be an organization that's got developing from within, and they've got some young players, and they're a team on the rise. So I would start looking around and saying, what is the blueprint that the teams like Baltimore is using, and the Tampa Bay is using, and some of these other organizations that are on a lower budget, but they seem to be able to be very competitive year in, year out. And so
they draft well, and they
the Giants
develop,
have
and
to take a different approach, and maybe start with new management, new ownership, whatever it is, and change the dynamic of the organization from top to bottom.
Absolutely. All right,
Dan, tell your buddy. Wait, Dan, tell your buddy. Tell your buddy to not feel too bad for Mike Trout. He chose to re-sign with the Angels.
Yeah. One of the guys said not to feel too bad for Trout because he chose to re-sign with the Angels. So that was his comment. But
he did, but I think it was loyal,
mistake.
And he signed a pretty good contract at the time, which was like a $33 million contract. But he was promised, and they signed Rendon as a free agent. Rendon came off a great World Series and a great season. They had Ohtani, so he had some players around him. but they haven't really built the pitching staff. And you just said it earlier. Even if the Giants don't do anything else, if they can build a pitching staff, they're going to be competitive. The Angels haven't built that pitching staff. So, they couldn't win games, 6-5, 7-6 all the time. They had to learn how to win games 1-0 and 2-1. They didn't have the pitching staff to do that. So,
right.
But I think Trout, being as great a player as he is, I'd like to see him have a chance at a World Series or a playoff. And if it means the Angels lose him to someone like the Phillies, so be it,
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Anyway.
All right, Markham. Hey, great.
Thanks,
good talking to you.
me on, and thanks for your patient Giant fans letting a Dodger fan rattle on. So.
All right. Thanks. Have a Merry Christmas.
You do the same, my friend. Say hello to Micah for me.
All right. We'll do. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I agree with him on everything he said. But the Mike Trout thing, like Mike Trout spent, I want to say 7 or 8 years in the Angels organization before he signed the extension. So he clearly knows the way Artie Moreno is as an owner. He clearly knows the way the organization is run. So if he automatically or like out of the blue was thinking, well, shit, all of a sudden, I'm going to resign and they're going to do something that they've never done before, whether they say it or not. I'm sure they had said it at some point in the previous 8 years. We're going to build up the pitching staff. We're going to build up the pitching staff because they've never had pitching staffs. They've always had good offenses with Mike Trout and Rendon and a couple of the players earlier in Trout's career. But he chose to re-sign there. Now, whether it's loyalty, well, then that's still on him. He's an idiot. Yeah. Like any player who sees them struggle for 8 years and you can't even sniff the playoffs, if you chose to re-sign there for whatever amount, you could have got that amount from anyone. He never, ever should have re-signed with a poverty franchise like the Angels. Yeah. So I don't feel bad for him at all. I really don't.
There we go. Will Martinez hits it on the head. Boris, according to writers, have said he will ask for a higher AAV than Yamamoto because Snell is a proven starting
player. There you go.
There goes the price. And that's what happened.
I told you.
That's what Boris is exactly. He was waiting for this to drop because he knows that he could sell Snell because he's got 2 Cy Youngs.
So wait a minute. It's a 12-year deal or a 9-year
12-year deal, $325 million. Nothing is deferred.
Okay, so 325 divided by 9 is $36 million a year. That means the Giants, if they want to get Snell for 6 years, they're looking at 37 times 6, 222.
It's not 37. It's 40 plus. It's 40 plus.
The 325.
No. I'm saying if they're going to get him to go to San Francisco. Oh, and Yamamoto is what, 30? What'd you say, 37?
36? Just over 36 million a year. 325 divided by 9, 36.
Oh, no, it's 12 years. 325 divided by 12.
Okay, 325. I
did that
wrong. Oh, 27 million. 27.
27. Okay.
I did it by 9. Sorry.
Yeah, so they're going to have to go to at least 32, more than likely 35 because it's the Giants.
How many years?
And what's he, 32?
Yeah, it's something 31, right? I think Snell's 31.
How old is Blake Snell?
Pretty sure it's 31.
He's 31.
Yeah. I'm not doing that deal. I'm not doing that
deal. No.
Even though
because Boris wants 6 to 7 years.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm not going to get They're fucked. They're
fucked. It's so
They're
stupid.
So fucked.
When all you had to do was get Gosman. You had Gosman. He wanted to come back to San Francisco. Come on, man.
My God.
Eric, my dog, you got my dog shaking through my ear set, Eric.
But he's right. Eric's right. Eric's right. I mean,
I just got a text from Larry. He says, I'm sick to my stomach over LA. You know what? I'm at the point, and I mean, I may sound like I've just seen this. I just saw this coming. I said he's going to the Dodgers or he's going to New York. And down in my gut, I kind of thought, I kept hearing New York, but I thought something with the Dodgers, you know.
What's crazy?
Yeah. It's closer to Japan.
Mets matched the Dodgers, and he chose the Dodgers.
Because it's closer to Japan, and Otani's on the team. Yeah. It's not that fucking hard to figure out.
Exactly.
Plus,
and they got bets.
You're in LA, you'll get all this Hollywood crap, and you'll get, endorsements.
You know what? I'm telling you, Montgomery or Snell's going to go to the Yankees or Mets.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think that.
Yeah.
I don't know if Snell will, because I don't know if he wants to be back that in the East Coast. But the Angels may pick up Snell.
Oh my God. Did you see this tweet right here? Steve Berman of the Athletic says losing out to the Yankees and Dodgers is one thing. If the Giants pivot to Snell and he chooses the Angels and the Giants offer is good or better, it's time to question if the right guy is in charge of recruiting.
Exactly. How about this? Here's another thing he put out there. And
so the only thing the Giants' first-round picks in 2010 have accumulated a total of 10.8 WAR in their careers, and 5.4 came from Joe Panik. The Dodgers' first-rounders since 2010 have accumulated 60.5. Yeah.
We're talking about drafting and developing, right?
Yeah.
The Giants need to start over, okay? I'm telling you, the Giants need to start over.
Yeah, I want 100 to 110 losses a year. That's what I want. And I want Farhan gone.
They need to start over immediately, and they need a direction, and that direction, you have to develop your farm, and you have to realize what is the philosophy, and then you go draft that type of player, and you develop, and the whole farm system is directed toward hitters that hit into the gap and have speed and play excellent defense. And then you draft some occasional boppers. You want to get free agents to come here? You have a good system like the Orioles have now, and you'll get the free agents, okay? You'll get the free agents. You're not going to get them now. Forget it. You're not going to get them unless you way overpay. Jung Hoo Lee was probably a giant overpay.
No, I'm sure.
He's probably worth closer to 10 to 12 million a year.
They said he was worth 50 million for the deal.
Yeah, and he got 113, and don't expect miracles. Expect a guy who will get on base, but here and there, can he hit? I don't know what it's going to be like the first year. I mean,
it's not going to be good. I think the first year.
I think the first year may be a struggle.
And here's the thing. First thing that has to happen is you got to fire Farhan. You got to, before you start rebuilding anything, Farhan has to be gone. You got to get a whole new, you got to get baseball people in there who know what the hell they're doing. And it's going to take a half a decade, maybe longer.
We're all basing this off of the ownership group wanting the same thing that we want.
Hey,
I don't think they do. They
don't
want
really think the Giants. Do you think the Giants ownership knows they're not going to get the guy, and they just stay in it to look like they're really doing it, but down deep they really don't even want to spend the money?
That makes me
wonder.
Makes you wonder. Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
They're just
I don't think they really care. Why the fuck else would you extend Farhan Zaidi? Why would you extend that dude? Other than the fact that he makes you money. That's it. If you look at his performance, it's not good. His draft classes aren't good. He fucking blew the Rodon trade. He didn't trade Rodon when he should have. He let Gosman go. He drafted Patrick Bailey. Cool. Way to go. You drafted Patrick Bailey. The 107 year, I still think that's the team all having career years playing for Buster Posey.
Yes.
I don't think it was for Farhan. I don't think it was for Gabe.
And the thing is that was bad about that 107, you look at that team. Go back and look at that team. It was still unathletic.
Oh, they just all had career years.
They hit a lot of home runs, and they won some close games. They came back late night with Lamont. They pulled off some amazing wins, but they had no identity. They still don't have an identity 2 years later. What the heck's the identity of the team?
No stars, no identity.
Tell me what are they built on speed? No. Are they built on power? No. Are they built on defense? No. Are they built on pitching? No. What are they built on? What is this team?
Bullpen, I guess.
Yeah, they got a good bullpen, and they've always had one or two decent starters. But and Robert Rothberg, I read your comment.
What he said?
You can't be serious. It was about 15, 20 minutes ago. Something about DeSclafani and Still got DeSclafani and Stripling, 2 Cy Young candidates.
He has to
I
be
mean,
trolling.
That's
He has to be trolling.
that can't be a real person.
No, that can't be real.
Come
There's
on.
no way. That's some fake shit right there. Nobody can be excited.
What do you think,
about a
Dan?
team
Open the
that
phone
does-
lines. Want to let people vent?
We'll do it in a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Just let me know.
I want to get to some of the comments. Donnie Ecker was the reason they hit homers. Correct, Ernie. Let's see what else we got in here. Built on striking out. That's it. You know, it's pretty sad that Bob Melvin has been brought in. Yeah. Hold on.
to die.
Here. Yeah. Hold on a sec. Keep going. You guys talk. I got a text.
No worries. But you're talking about Bob Melvin coming in. It's a funny thing is the signing of Bob Melvin was the quote unquote reason why they extended Farhan as well, which was a bunch of bullshit anyways. I mean, this is just
Bob Melvin is an old school baseball guy. He knows that Farhan's a fucking clown.
Yeah.
He knows he's a clown.
Maybe he just wants to come back home because he knows it's going to be a mess anyways.
That's like the only shot that the Giants have at signing Blake Snell is because he's close to Bob Melvin.
Maybe.
That's
Did they have
it.
Did they have a good relationship? That's what I want to know. That I don't know.
Yeah, I obviously I have no idea, but I know that he has. I think I've read that he enjoyed playing for Bob Melvin.
Okay, maybe that gets. But then again, it's one thing to play for a manager. I get that. I mean, that's gonna play a factor. But when you're looking at where this team is going and where it is right now, how does any player who has a competitive fire within them would want to come to the Giants as currently constructed? They're not going to go in. Yeah.
Hey, but they signed Mitch Haniger. So all is good. All is good.
And
right?
It's so. The only thing the Giants have right now is to throw money, and that's not going to even work right now.
No, because no one wants the money.
No one wants to come here because they don't want to come to a lose. They see the writing on the wall. NL West, where are you at? Oh, man, you're going to be battling for 4th place. Why would I want to go play there for the next, 5+ years? Come on. You just compound everything. You compound the ability of Farhan. You compound the way that he's constructed the roster. Maybe the ballpark's an issue for some players because of the climate of San Francisco. You name it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, we're getting all worked up because we want the Giants to win.
Yes.
We want them to do something, right? Whether come up with some sort of plan and execute the plan. But we think that the ownership group, who ultimately has the last say, wants the same thing that we want, or wants the same thing that the Giants fans want, whether it's to win or to tank and start drafting well and do what the Orioles and the Astros did, but just have a plan of some kind. But
Exactly.
I don't think they want the same thing we want. I really don't.
We're going to have a couple special guests join us here shortly.
All right, cool.
Nice.
All right.
Who we got?
I think we got Ned Coletti coming on here.
Excellent.
Woo!
Excellent.
A GM! Yeah,
A real
that's what
baseball
I'm talking
person.
about.
And we may have Larry Kruger joining us here shortly, too.
Hey, look at that.
Yes.
Go tell all your friends and neighbors. We got some real baseball guys coming on the show. Let's go.
Yep. Let's go.
So
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. So this is when Ned gets in here, and Larry will try and give Ned as much time. He's only got
Absolutely, yeah.
30
Of
to
course.
45 minutes, so we'll give Ned the floor. But
I think you should ask him. I think you should ask him, Dan, if what I'm saying about the front office is correct. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. None of it makes sense to me. And I think, are we positive that the front office wants the same thing as us? Or did Greg Johnson slip when he said, well, we kind of just want to break even? We kind of just want to break even. He could have said, God, we're so sick that we
It
haven't
looks-
made the
Whether he meant that in a different way or not, but it's looking really bad right now. You know how it is. You know, perception is a lot. And when you lose that perception battle, you're done. You're done. Especially, I mean, this isn't the first time. I mean, it's been 2 years now where Farhan's come out, opened his mouth, saying stuff about this stuff.
put up Matthew Brittenham's comment right here. So he said, yeah.
I'm going to turn my air conditioner down. I'm getting warm. I'm getting too worked up in here. Hold on. Be right back.
Yeah, so he did say it. I mean, there's no denying that he said that in the press conference, and it looked really bad when he said it. It looks even worse now. But there's no way for us to ever know that they want the team to move forward, whether it's move forward with a plan of playing the youngsters and developing a core and drafting better and all that, or whether they're really trying to win or whether they're really trying to sign these players. Who knows? We just don't know.
I'm tired of hearing this crap where they want to spend, because when you spend money, you're going to generate a team that's going to generate the money. It all works together, right? You put a winning product out in the field, you're going to get people excited. You're going to get your fan base excited. You're winning games. People are going to be spending money. But how do they not have that concept in their mind? If you're running a baseball organization, if you're running a professional Major League Baseball, people, you're not here to make money off real estate. Go somewhere else. Check out. Go sell your shares. Go collect that money. Get out of it.
We need Joe Lacob.
I don't necessarily think that, I know everybody's upset with the Giants for not, getting Yamamoto, and the fact that the Dodgers both got Ohtani and Yamamoto, but those guys were going to choose to go where they can win now. And
Absolutely.
I don't know
what them for that.
I don't know really what the Giants could do, but other than do something different, because I don't think they were really ever in the market for these guys. I don't think there was any way that these guys would just sign.
Yeah, you have to overcompensate. Again, you have to overcompensate for better weather. On the ballpark might be a wash. Dodger Stadium's still pretty nice. Overcompensate for the LA lifestyle, right, versus San Francisco. Sure, if you just take the two downtowns into, downtown San Francisco's crap, downtown LA's crap. But if you take that into account, much better team, right? Better ownership, willing to spend whatever to win. Like the Giants would have had to overcompensate that by $100 million, right? Or
Right.
75 to 100. They'd have to overpay by 75 to 100 million over the top, and the Dodgers probably weren't going to get outbid on anything. So, they just would have deferred more money on Ohtani. Just would have spent more money to do whatever it takes because they want to win. They want to win.
I
They
like
wanna
that.
win.
Peter McGowan must be spitting in his grave. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Oh, no
and,
doubt.
And they weren't going to go. I don't think either one of those players were going to go anywhere other than the West Coast because it's closer to home.
I get that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But so is San Francisco. But the problem is we talked about that already. It's the way the team is. It may be the location. It may be the manager. It may be the front office. We just got the
Giants
wrong
have to pay
people in the wrong position.
The Giants have to pay 3 taxes: the San Francisco tax, the ballpark tax, and the Farhan tax.
Hold on, I'm sending another tweet out on this show.
Corey Cooper. Nothing will happen positive until the
then.
statistician is shown the door. He's right. He's right.
Well, didn't they have to close down the conference room because that's where all the analytic guys are, the analytic army? Not mistaken. Man,
the roster is weak, man. This is a weak team.
It is, and it has been.
It's a weak
We've
team.
been calling this for so long, and I feel
we
like
knew what was going to happen. We shouldn't even be upset. We shouldn't even be annoyed or upset because we knew.
I'm not upset. That's why I'm.
What's gonna. Yeah, we know what's going to happen.
I know everybody's upset.
I think Eric's upset. Eric's upset.
Yeah, Eric's upset. I knew it was coming.
I don't know why you're getting upset.
It still pisses me off.
I told you it was going to happen.
Oh, I know that. I said it too. I said he's probably going to go to the Dodgers with Ohtani.
Well, why get upset? You've had a month to
because Because I want to, for once, I want to actually be shocked. I actually want to have.
Not going to happen.
No. Yeah,
Damn,
it's not going to happen until Farham's gone. It's really not. Nothing's going to happen until he's gone.
Man. I mean, as a San Francisco Giants fan, this is just,
Does anybody in the
there's got to be a
chat
time where people got to stand up and say, come on. No, I haven't seen one person that says this is good. I mean, I think I've seen a few people say, "Oh, now we can pivot to Snell, Hoskins, and Bellinger." You know, it ain't gonna happen. You know that ain't gonna happen.
I don't think Bellinger in that ballpark is going to play as good as everyone thinks it's going to play.
True.
Like he could be awesome or he could not be. But even if he's awesome, is his ball really going to fly out of Oracle at nighttime? I don't know.
Probably not.
I don't know.
Probably not.
He plays good. He plays good defense.
But we
already got the center fielder, right?
Yeah, we got the center fielder.
Yeah. So what do you put him at first? I don't know. I don't love overpaying for Bellinger. I really don't.
Hey, we got Tom Murphy. We got TJ Hopkins.
Oh my god.
Woo!
Oh my god.
Yeah, man.
Don't forget Stripling.
We got Stripling.
And Mitch Haniger.
We got Mitch Haniger.
Mitch, I'm always hurt Haniger.
We got Conforto. Yeah. We got Yaz. We got Slater.
Oh my god, Yaz.
All right.
If Yaz is our 3-hitter, I'm gonna puke everywhere. Oh my god.
I just told you that not to get worked up because this stuff was gonna happen.
It still pisses me off.
I mean, I guaranteed that Yamamoto wasn't coming.
It still pisses me
off. In fact,
off.
What did I say? If Yamamoto signs, I said I would do something crazy on this show. I can't remember what it was, but I know the chat said it, but there's no way. There's no way.
Oh, yeah, you were going to sing Tiny Bubbles with Chardol or something like that, right?
Oh, that's right. I was going to sing Tiny Jim's, Tiny whatever.
That's what it was.
I was going to embarrass myself. Speaking of, should we embarrass this and bring in this guy? No.
Oh.
What happened? We lost him.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
All right. We'll bring him back in. I don't know what happened.
Eric Chavez, this team is so bad, Shamanaya opted out.
Yeah. Oh, did you see who the Yankees signed to a minor league deal?
Who?
Luis Gonzalez.
Luis Gonzalez,
you were a little bit high on him, I remember.
And we got our special guest coming in. One of two. Here's the first one to come in.
Do you like my Dodger colors in the background?
Oh my god!
Oh god!
Look at that! Did you get the new room?
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
It's like Kruger Studio, baby.
What'd you
Wait
do?
a second.
Nice.
Where's the LA logo?
Maybe I'll go Niners.
Hey, look at that!
I like it. Look at that.
Wow.
Nice.
Maybe I'll go Giants.
Oh.
No, that would be.
There we go.
Yeah,
I'll go Dodgers in honor of us getting Yamamoto.
Oh dear.
Where's your,
I'm a big Dodger fan now.
You needed to put the LA logo in the background there, Larry.
Yeah, you need a LA logo.
Go Dodgers. What the hell? What is going on?
What is going on, Larry? Talk some sense for us.
I mean, Yamamoto. Okay, let's stop on Yamamoto for 1 second. And let's go back to Shohei. What the Dodgers did with Shohei was directly circumvent their system. Why have a system if it's so easily circumvented? I mean, the Dodgers can get Yamamoto because they deferred all of the Ohtani money.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't defer all the Ohtani money, they, and what did the Giants do? The Giants, they signed Lee, but did they defer all that money? No.
Well, I heard it was Ohtani's idea.
So I just think it's like one of those things. It's like, I mean, without interest, I mean, it's one thing if someone says I owe you $100 and they say I'll pay you in a year, you're getting more than $100. I owe you $100, Dan. I'll pay you next year. Okay, no problem. Pay me 150 next year. Oh, yeah, you're right, Dan. If I'm going to hold your money for a full year, I probably should pay you some interest. Instead, the Dodgers get Ohtani. They don't pay any interest on that money.
In
And
a
they
way,
turn around,
though,
they circumvented the whole deal. And why have the rules if there's going to be so easily circumvented? And isn't it a little bit perplexing that the Giants had this? We're gonna sign Ohtani to the exact same deal, so you can't rip the Giants for not getting Ohtani because they were offering the same dollars. But then in their own deal with Lee, they can't get anything. They don't get the benefit. They don't do the same kind of thing, so they can sign other players. I mean, it's like the Giants are rendered as second-class citizens. I feel like such an idiot too. A couple weeks ago, I said to Ned, I'm like, yeah, Ohtani, I'd love to have you on the show, especially if Ohtani signs. I'm hearing that it might be close. And he's like, yeah, are you doing a show in Toronto or LA? And then I felt like an idiot. And I'm like, you're right. What am I doing?
Speaking of Ned Coletti, here he is.
All right.
Hey,
Welcome, Ned.
gentlemen.
Hey,
Good evening, Ned.
How you all
good
doing?
evening, Ned.
Ned, how do you like my blue studio, my Dodger studio? my Dodger blue studio.
I don't think.
I was just telling the story, Ned, how I texted you and I said, hey, Ned, can you come on? I hear Ohtani's going to sign in the next 24 hours. And if he signs with the Giants, we'd really love to have you on. And you're like, are you doing a show in Toronto or LA? I think is what you said.
Well, it's
You were right.
I thought it was kind of a foregone conclusion. Anyway.
Yeah, I certainly did. I think Eric and I were saying back in the summer, Ohtani will be a Dodger. It's pretty clear. And Ned, I got to share a story that I heard, and this is my frustration with the San Francisco Giants. I was listening to FP Santangelo talk today, and he shared a story that back in 97-ish, I think it was. I'm not whatever year you guys signed him. He said you and Sabes had to climb the fence at Candlestick to get into the office to call his dad or something.
Yeah, he had been non-tendered. Yeah, that's accurate.
And then he said that when you guys signed him, Brian told him, "We want you, and we don't make mistakes." Is and then when he was struggling early on in the season with a average below the Mendoza line, he said Sabes went up to him, poked him in the chest, said, "We don't make mistakes. I told you we don't make mistakes," and just walked away. And he said that made him feel like I belong. And I'm just telling you, I don't see that anywhere, that mentality in what the Giants are doing today. I don't see the fact that they don't. I think it's a salesman's world when you're getting into these negotiations. I think it takes the art of a person who knows how to close a deal. And I'm not blaming Farhan as that. I just don't think that's his personality. And I just think his personality is more of what he does well is he finds a lot of players. He does analytics great. I don't think he's the type of guy that can get in and close a deal. We haven't seen any real major deals on his part. My question to you, when the Giants are in this type of position where they can't sign anybody, do you think they need to just choose a direction, either draft and develop and just go that way and try and make as many trades for guys as you can and just say we're not going to shop at the top end of the market anymore and just build the team like maybe Baltimore did? What do you do at this point?
Well, I think you have to use a combination of different things. I think you have to stay in the free agent market if you have the budget to do it. And you always have to draft and internationally sign and develop. I mean, doesn't matter who you are, you have to be able to do that. And so I think it's always going to be a combination of every asset you have and every direction you can go, you're going to have to go in. And that's you know, that's what they're trying to do.
Are you surprised that the Dodgers got Yamamoto? To me, Ned, it seemed like, and I read something weeks ago saying that he very much preferred to be on the West Coast. And then all of a sudden I kept hearing Steve Cohen went to Japan and the Yankees feel like they're not going to get outbid. And I never saw anybody ever counter the report that I saw that he wanted to be on the West Coast, which makes, the Giants and the Dodgers primary options for him. Were you surprised that LA got Yamamoto, or were you expecting this one?
No, I would have been surprised if they didn't. Mark Walter, who is their primary owner at Guggenheim, when he sets his mind to something, I mean, they're gonna. What they did is they matched the Yankees' offer, according to one report tonight, and the Yankees much farther away from where he's from. They just signed his former teammate, Otani. You got a team that's been to the postseason 11 straight years, won 10 divisions. It's going to take a lot more than, an even deal to get him to go elsewhere. And I think when you get to have a certain range of income, I think I think where you play and the chance to win, all those factors exceed, believe it or not, a few $1,000,000 here and there. And I would have been surprised had they not signed him. I think knowing this organization, they live in the moment, but they always think ahead too. And I think that their plans to sign Otani, not knowing what was going to happen tonight, but going back probably a year, maybe 2 years, they started putting in a marketing idea and a plan that they could execute if they signed him to help pay for it. And then he helps them out with the deferral. And I think before I came into the studio, I think Larry said it exactly. What they saved on the luxury tax by Otani deferring $68 million a year, it was about 26, 27 million. If he was paid $70 million a year, but he's not going to be when you calculate it. It's more like in the 44, 45, 46 range. That pays for tonight's purchase. So, they don't do anything by chance. They do everything very, very calculated with really smart financial people involved. And you asked a question. I would have been surprised if he'd gone anywhere else.
You're familiar with the player, I'm sure. I'm not as familiar. I mean, I did a deep dive and watched him, and to me, what I see, Ned, is I see Tim Lincecum. That's what I see. I see a
There's
Tim
a lot
Lincecum
there like that, yeah.
And when I'm looking at Lincecum, Lincecum came up in 2007, 18-5 in 2008, 15-7 in 2009, 16-10 in 2010, 13-14 with a 2.74 in 2011. He had 4 really, really good years. And then 12, 13, 14, 15, and when he finished with the Angels in 16, we're looking at ERAs that jumped from 2.74 to 5.18, 4.37, 4.74, 4.13. Would you have any concern about giving? I see a Lincecum type power arm. There's a lot of similarities from the way he delivers, the big step to home plate, the command, the arsenal, everything. Would you be concerned about a 12-year deal for a pitcher that was of this stature who relied on a power arsenal?
I think the simple answer is yes. I mean, I drafted Clayton, as you know, and we signed him to a 7-year deal. And, I don't know anybody like him when you check off all the boxes as to who he is and how he competes and everything. And even that was like, that was tough to do. And that was 5 less years. But I think that when we study this, when we just look at it like we just looked at it, yeah, we have kind of the typical baseball conversation. But I think that with this group, it goes much deeper than that. I think they figure out it's gonna if they signed him for the same dollar figure for 10 years or 8 years, but still 320.25, the AAV skyrockets. So I don't think that the 12 years was really a play on whether or not he'll stay healthy for it. I think it's another AAV play.
Yeah, 27 mil.
Because if he signs for 10, it's going to be 32 and a half. If he signed for 8, it's going to be up above 35. Well, so now they've also got, they didn't defer any of it. But they also now have another 7 or 8 million that would have been in the luxury tax and what we would, I guess, say a typical deal, if 8 to 10 years is a typical deal. But I think it's all calculated out. I think it's really how they think and how they do business. We'll never know the facts, and who knows if I'll be alive when it's over. But I think if everybody knows everything by the time we get to year 11 of Ohtani, the first year he is not signed to play, I would wager heavy that the Dodgers have made more than the money they're paying him on the marketing and on him being there and on teams that routinely win 100 games like it's winning 85 back in the day.
This is
that's what they're playing.
I believe that. This is why last summer a lot of people got all over me, said I was nuts. I said Giants should offer 10 years, 75 million, 750, and it'll pay for itself because
for Ohtani, you mean?
For Ohtani, for Ohtani. And it took what, 70? Yeah. Now that deal, when you look at it, as you were mentioning, Larry, they're not paying him any interest on that. In a way, they really are, because the deal was really kind of built-in interest. I think the deal was more like 10 years, probably going to be about 450 to 500. So they're giving it. He's getting to get 880 million later on, deferred over 10 years.
I think he's getting all 68 at a time
at once.
Yeah,
He's
I think
getting
that's the time value of money equation that brings it down to 46.
So you think he's going to get a lump sum of 680?
No, he'll get 680.
68 a year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How
68
about this
a year.
number that somebody tweeted? My payroll in 2012, before Guggenheim came in, my opening day payroll was 80 million. Okay, I'm going to read you something here. The Dodgers, according to somebody on the Twitter platform, I think, with Ohtani, Yamamoto, and Glasnow, okay, you're talking about 2 weeks, have spent $1,161,500,000. 1,161,500,000. They paid, that is probably 55 to 60% of what they paid Frank McCourt in 2012 for the entire franchise.
Oh,
That's an interesting number. 1.16 billion.
It's here's the thing I can't decide, Ned. I can't decide if it's genius or if it's idiocy.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. But I mean, let me just lay this out real quick. Ohtani, you're paying as a mercurial two-way player who may only DH. Yamamoto has the stature of Lincecum, and if he has a similar baseball card, you could have a lot. You could have You could have 7 or 8 years of what you're paying that guy what. And Glasnow, who I also love as a player, has one year in his career where he's pitched 120 innings.
Correct.
He's never pitched, forget 200 innings.
He's never pitched 200 innings, but it's been over the last 3 years.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying, in a single season, he only has 2 years in his 9 years in the majors where he's pitched over 100 innings. And they just extended him at big money. I was watching Baseball Tonight the other night, and they had Plesac on, and Dan Plesac and Dan O'Dowd were discussing it, and they both agreed that they feel like the Glasnow signing or extension is a bigger risk than the Ohtani contract, which I thought was really interesting because they think that Ohtani is such a special offensive player that it really doesn't matter if he ever pitches another inning for the Dodgers. But this is really three very high risk but high reward type signings.
Well,
what do you think?
You know what? As I look at it, I don't think they're done.
I was just going to say that. I don't think they're done.
They need more pitching. They need more pitching.
Buehler may not be back at the beginning of the season. Not that that's going to matter at this stage, I guess. They're going to need him back. But, are you going to go with the closer by committee and Phillips perhaps at the end of the game? You could use a right-handed bat in the outfield. It's when you go through the rotation, it's these two guys they just signed and Bobby Miller. Those are as of today, that's who you can count on. And then at some point, Walker Buehler. I don't think anybody has 3 if they're healthy, like Buehler, Glasnow, and Yamamoto.
They also got that kid Sheehan, right? Don't they have Emmett Sheehan or whatever?
Yeah, but is he what is he? Do we know yet?
Yeah.
This is
he's got good stuff too. I mean, I think.
Well, yeah, but again, is he going to pitch 150, 170 innings? When's he done that in the big leagues? He hasn't. So,
what are you thinking? Are you envisioning a Corbin Burns trade or something like that?
I don't think they're done. I don't think you do this and not keep going.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons when you asked me, well, were you surprised that Yamamoto went to the Dodgers? Once they did what they did with Ohtani, how do they not?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
How do they not go after Glasnow? And then how do they not continue to do it? You've got all this investment. And, without those 2 pitchers, Bobby Miller is your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
You think they make a play for Snell?
That may be out of their range.
I think
Scott's
so.
going to make sure that well, Scott's going to make sure that's going to be a heavy contract.
Right.
Well, he's already said, he already came out and said the AAV, he's going to be shooting for a higher AAV because Snell's a proven major league pitcher.
Well, yeah. So, it's, and,
that's $28 million.
You can't argue with the guy, what he did this past year, Cy Young, but, I don't know that I'd be clamoring to go 32, 33 on.
Here's another problem, Ned.
I don't think I would be doing that.
Here's another issue, I think, with the Dodgers with their pitching. Yamamoto is used to pitching on 6 days.
That's a very good point, Danny.
He prefers 6 days. Now you're going to need even more pitching, and you're paying a lot of money to a guy that's only pitching probably 26 starts.
You're right on.
And
and the Dodgers are not one to rush Buehler back either. They're perfectly content to take 100 great innings and do it with numbers than try to force a guy back. They've kind of shown that in the past.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. I mean, you're all sports fans, you all pay attention. What percentage would you say if you had to guarantee the Dodgers winning the West? What percentage would you lay on that tonight?
Oh.
About 94.
Larry?
Well, I'm a big Dodger fan, which is why I have the blue backdrop.
Yeah, right.
I would say, haven't they won it? How many years in a row, Danny? 8?
They won
No,
a 10 out of
Giants-
11.
Giants-
The 1 year the Giants beat them.
Yeah,
So what
21.
you-
Yeah, Giants.
It's
They
how many?
They won a 10 out of 11.
10 of
I'm
11.
trying to get to another point here. Just
Yeah, I would say
Eric,
95%.
okay, Eric.
97%.
Okay.
For me, it's around 90. Yeah.
Okay. So we're all in the 90s. So yeah, I would do the same thing. So what are they really gearing up for then?
Playoffs, World Series.
Playoffs.
October. So are we going to rush Walker Buehler back, as Larry just mentioned? No. Are we going to have a chance to trade for Burns if they can't get him now, as he's walking out the door when you get closer to the end of July?
Oh, definitely.
Yep. So, the roster that shows up in Glendale, Arizona, isn't the final roster. The roster that starts opening day isn't the final roster.
Mhm.
They will continue to add and add and add until the rules tell them you cannot add anymore. So
Does
they
what do you
played a long game.
what do you think?
Ned, my book has the Dodgers at minus 250 to win the West.
So
And
you
the next
got
team is
250 to win 100.
to win 100. Yeah, the D-backs are plus 450. The Padres are plus 650. The Giants are plus 800. And the Colorado Rockies are 100 to 1.
Rockies, pretty good.
Ned, Ned, I haven't talked to you since the Giants signed Jung-Hoo Lee, but I put out a lengthy tweet saying that I'm really concerned about that signing. Just because
You got a lot of shit for it, Larry.
but it's funny. Rich Aurelia, who's one of my favorite Giant voices now, he does some stuff on NBC Sports Bay Area. He read my tweet and responded and said, this is what he said. He said, Larry, I can't really argue with any of your points. And then he said, I wonder what Matt Williams said about him since he managed in Korea a few years back. Not sure if they cross paths. It's very hard to comp a player from the KBO because there haven't been many position players who have come over. And my concern is just that, man, I mean, if you're giving a guy $19 million, he can't hit at the bottom of the lineup. He has to hit at the top. He can't be a platoon player. He has to be an everyday player. They're paying him commensurate with what the Astros are paying Yordan Alvarez and what the Diamondbacks are paying Corbin Carroll. He has to be a very special player. And from all the people that I've talked to, they say that the KBO, and this is where I want to get your thoughts, Ned, he crushed the KBO.
You should have.
Yeah, but I mean, KBO, some people say is the equivalent of like high A, like the Cal League, or double A. Let's just assume for the sake of the conversation, it's double A. There's to have a double A player and to pay him $19 million a year. And the quote from one of the scouting reports is, to improve and cement himself as a serious major leaguer, Lee will have to completely overhaul his swing, combined with the fact that KBO pitchers simply don't challenge hitters anywhere close to the level that major league pitchers can. Lee's likelihood to produce in 2024 is bleak. And then another guy says his major league comp would be a Jeff McNeil, who I like, but $113 million for Jeff McNeil would be a dramatic overpay. What does your experience, Ned, tell you about the KBO? And do you have concerns at all? Forget what the Dodgers did, because almost everybody in the chat here are Giants fans.
We got a few Dodger fans now.
Of course.
Yeah.
And they're getting more every day.
Yeah.
But Ned, seriously, on the Giant tip, do you have concerns about this player? And what do you view the KBO as? What's the KBO equivalent in your mind?
Well, I haven't seen a KBO for a couple of years. I think you always have to go into it knowing that it's not really a apples to apples comparison. It's just not. It's more of an apples to apples when you got a pitcher like Yamamoto, who you watch the stuff and you see the reaction of hitters in a different league. That is a little bit more accurate, probably a lot more accurate. But when you take a hitter or even a pitcher from the KBL, and I've done that before, but I could, I'd see Hyunjin Ryu. I mean, you could see the stuff, you could see the compete, and you could see it in the WBC where he competed against, the world of baseball for the most part. I think he can. I think he's a good player. I think that the adjustment he goes through will determine if he's a good player or a very good player. But I don't think anybody really knows quite yet what he's going to be. Except, you can pretty much stamp this. He's a good player. That is a cinch. We'll see how it goes beyond that, though.
Yeah, we got a quote in here from the chat. Xavier Scruggs played against him and said on MLB radio that he was far and above the best player in the KBO and that he is the real deal who will have no trouble adjusting to the major leagues. Interesting. Your thoughts on that? I mean, is a guy that when you scouted guys internationally and they came over, will you base it? I know it's tough to base it a lot of times on competition. I've heard you say high school hitters is the toughest to judge because of the type of pitching. But are you just at that point trusting your instincts with the eye?
Well, I guess a little bit, but I mean, he's going to be a good player. I just said it. Is he going to be a great player? Is he going to be somebody that, that they remember 20 years from now? I don't know that. I think they'll be remembering Ohtani 100 years from now.
Yeah.
So, but, I think the Giants signed a really good player. We'll see if he's great, and we'll see what else they have around him, who else they have around him to also support him. One of the things with Ohtani is you got Betts and Friedman sitting right there too. And then you got Max Muncy, not a lot of average, but 30 bombs, and Will Smith, a real good player. It's not like he's standing alone. And so I think some of it determines on how good the Giants are and who's in the same lineup that he's in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
My only thing is I'm seeing, people are like, hey, Larry, you give him a chance. It's not for me to give him a chance. The Giants have given him $113 million. He has a chance. My concern is if he's 270 with 10 home runs and 10 stolen bases, is that worth $19 million? That would be my concern. And we'll see where the Giants do to support the rest of their offseason. If he is their big signing, I think they're in real trouble. If they can somehow add a Bellinger or add a Snell or add a Rhys Hoskins or some combination thereof, okay, now we're talking. And it will be interesting, Ned, and I wonder how you feel about this. The Giants were on record as saying they offered the Ohtani the exact same deal that LA did. You never were one to talk about the one that got away or the deals that were made. You just didn't. You didn't talk like that.
Nobody's business.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me one. It also kind of makes so there's a lot of Giants fans who are like, well, wait a second. If you had an offer of $700 million for Ohtani and you spent $113 million, all right, great. So now they're going to spend $600 million, more. And I get the sense that when this offseason's over, they will not have spent even $500 million more. We'll find out. But were you ever concerned about, hey, letting even when you missed out on a guy, letting people know what you offered and then expecting that you're going to have that much to spend on a different player? Because as you said, a guy like Ohtani may pay for himself partly, and that was probably part of the Giants' thinking as well, where Blake Snell, Cody Bellinger, Rhys Hoskins, they may not pay for themselves.
Exactly right. I didn't think it was good. I didn't know what, and I wasn't always perfect in what I would tell people as far as getting people the wrong opinion of or impression of the organization or a player. Certainly wasn't perfect at it, but I don't recall very often, if ever, explaining Certainly not in a trade. Well, I offered better players. Here's who I offered. I mean, you could never do that and have people, back in your clubhouse. The money thing would, that to me, and I didn't see what Farhan said, so I'm kind of working in the dark here a little bit. But you've got other players out there that you're going to continue to do business with. And if you've had conversations earlier that somebody asked for a number that was way beyond what you thought the value was, and you said, "No, we can't go there. We're not going to go there." Well, if you've offered 700 million, if I'm and I've missed out on some players, if I'm Scott Boras and we're coming with Snell, that's not a discount conversation.
Mhm.
You've said that you've got the money to spend.
Yep.
So an agent's going to get his 5% out of that comment, if not more than that. I just, I would rather have people guess and even get it wrong than tell the agent world what I've got to spend. What do I have in my pocket? Would you
Yeah.
go buy a car and looking at a car that's worth $50,000 to $60,000, and would you go in and say, "I've got $65,000 to spend. What do you got in the lot?" Right? I got
you're
this
never going to believe I've got a car that's
$50,000
exactly $65,000 right over here.
I mean, I might get it to you for 64. It's worth 50. I think I could do that for you.
Right.
I mean, I don't think that business is anybody's but the clubs.
Right.
Ned, do you
It doesn't make you look. I don't know if it makes anybody look better. And I'm not getting on Farhan here because I didn't hear him say it. But anytime anybody talks about what they did, like somebody reported on Yamamoto tonight that that the Dodgers matched the Yankees offer. Well, did that come from the Yankees? Because if it did, what's it going to cost them to get Snell, or what's it going to cost them to get somebody else that they're going to go after now? When you set the number out there that this is what you're willing to do, the agent's case for argument and for rebuttal is enhanced greatly.
Absolutely. That's just 101 sales. I think the Giants could have offered 100 million more for Ohtani than the Dodgers. And if the Dodgers didn't move their offer, kept it at 7, I still think he would be a Dodger. I don't think.
Hey, Dan, why don't
Probably.
you ask Ned? Why don't you ask Ned what your strategy would be this going forward, and see what he thinks about it?
Which one was that?
Stacking the starting starting pitchers.
Well, my feeling is they've already lost out on 2 deals. They looked like they were going to spend $1 billion on Yamamoto and Ohtani. We know at least 700 million. If you're going to compete with the Dodgers, it's definitely not going to be, in my view, on the position side. The only way I think you can compete and maybe beat the Dodgers and try and get a wild card is stack your pitching staff, load up on pitching, whether it's through going out and getting Snell and maybe Montgomery or this other Japanese pitcher, Imanaga, and trading some assets and try and get Burns and renegotiate his deal so he doesn't become a free agent. Have 4 solid pitchers. And if you get into a playoff series, I think you have a shot. We saw that with Arizona.
That might be everybody's best chance, because
Right.
if you can sign or acquire some 2s or 3s, not that you're going to be able to go get yourself a 1, but 2s and 3s, you may have a chance. Because the Dodgers are going to. I still think that they need to add another starting pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's tough to go in it with 2 3/4 and a kid, Bobby Miller. It's tough to go into 6 months with that, because that the 7th month everybody's going to be, blown out to some extent. So you can always win on pitching and defense. I don't care how much offense you got, but you're gonna have to do both. You're gonna have to pitch it and pick it up. And if you are inaccurate in your appraisal of your own, if you built your own players up, not just ability wise, but endurance-wise, their first couple of years in the big leagues, then you'd be saying something in the wintertime and you'll be changing your tune halfway through the summer. But that would make sense if they could go out and get a couple pitchers to put with Webb and whoever else they've got there.
The only thing about
That would
that, I
make
mean,
sense.
you know, it's not like you can vacuum these guys off the street. I mean, if I'm a pitcher, I wouldn't mind winning a couple games, and if you have a lame, offense that can't score runs, that's struggling to score 3 a game, why am I in a rush to, be the poster boy for, Giants fans' discontent? I don't know.
Larry,
Ned, what?
I was trying to be positive.
I know. Well, I mean, let me ask you this: if this were you, I mean, this is the other thing. It just seems like everything gets done now on the agent and the players' timeline. I don't know if it behooves the Giants to just, go through this laborious situation with these high-end guys. I almost feel like it might be better to kill it with numbers and see if you can score some runs. I mean, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. You're not going to be able to sign hitters. And so don't you have to kind of trade for them? I don't know. It just seems like they might want to try kind of try the trade route a little bit and see if they can add some bats.
Who do they have that's got a good marketability?
Well, I mean, they have Joe. I mean, good marketability is kind of a subjective thing, but I mean, Keaton Wynn, they've got some good. I mean, they've got some, Joey Bart. They've got some arms that are supposedly of interest on the 40-man, and they've got, a couple pitchers they might be able to move. I mean, I'll tell you the one that to me makes sense, and I don't know why it hasn't happened already, is Rhys Hoskins. I heard Dave Fleming tell Tim Kawakami in a podcast a couple of weeks ago that every time he goes to Philly, Rhys Hoskins is talking about, the Bay Area and living in Northern California. And he's a right-handed hitting first baseman who's still in the prime of his career. They don't have much of a 3-4-5. It seems like a guy like Rhys Hoskins would be a natural. And I've thrown that name out to Giants fans, and I'm getting a lot of pushback on he's not a good defensive player. But, I mean, we're talking about a first baseman. You had Lamont Wade playing first base last year. I'm sure he's comparable. What do you think of Hoskins? Yeah, I mean, he's coming off the ACL, so that has to be investigated. But if he were healthy, do you like Hoskins as a player?
If he's healthy, yeah. If you're gonna add Bellinger and Hoskins,
yeah, I think, yeah.
I mean, now you got look, and if we're realistic with it. Go through the Giants order today and go through the Dodgers order today and position player and tell me who has the advantage position by position. How close are you?
I'd rather go through the River Cats.
And here's the problem: the Giants can't solve everything through free agents. If you want to establish a strong pitching rotation by getting 3 free agents, how are you going to go out there and get the 2 free agent position players? I mean, that's going to cost a penny, maybe even more than the 2 players that the Dodgers got with Ohtani and Yamamoto.
Well, I'm not sure 2 people are going to cost that for a long time. But
the Giants have a lot of work to do. They do.
Yes.
And hard decisions.
What do they say they're trying to do this year? Are they trying to win a division? Are they trying to compete?
Break even. Trying to break even.
81-81?
No, that's what the
no. Break even as far as profit.
Larry,
as far as...
help me out here.
What does that mean?
So Greg Johnson's the managing partner of the ownership group, and he was in a news conference about a month and a half ago, and they asked him what the strategy of the team was, what was the direction of the team, and he said, we kind of just want to break even financially.
Yeah, well,
he didn't say.
What does that mean to me? How much money you got to spend then?
It wasn't a well-received comment, Ned. We'll say that. Ned, you're I mean, Buster Posey also shared with people that in the conversations that he's had trying to attract some of these players, that San Francisco has become kind of an issue. And I'm just kind of wondering I remember you talking to me in 2002, 2003, and I'm saying, hey, Ned, what about this guy? And what about that guy? And you would say to me, you'd be surprised how many of these free agents. Now, you never went public with this, and I never shared this publicly, but you said, you'd be surprised how many of these free agents really aren't willing to play, west of the Mississippi or, on the West Coast. That there are some people that won't even take our calls just because of where we're located. But did you ever, and Brian, ever get pushback on San Francisco? We know it's a great place. From living here that it's a great place, but it's become a little bit of a political football, largely because of Gavin Newsom and his, what's going on there. And a lot of the wives of baseball players are saying, no, we don't want to go to San Francisco. And Buster shared that. And then people took Buster to task for sharing that. I went the other way and said, hey, I applaud him for at least, acknowledging, being well, just being candid,
He was asked the question and he answered it.
Right. And he was candid and he was honest, but you've been in that seat and you've negotiated those contracts and you've talked to the agents and you've probably talked to ball players and their wives. At any point in the tenure of your run here in San Francisco, did people say, you know what? We're not really loving the idea of San Francisco. Did it ever come up?
I wouldn't say specific to San Francisco. I think the West Coast is different. If I had one player that we had interest in, wasn't a star player, but was a good hitter, and I was actually in LA, and and he says, "So how's the traffic in LA?" I said, "Well, what do you think it is? Because it's true, And he says, "Wow, my wife, that we got 2 little kids, that ain't gonna go over well." And we never got any further. So that happens.
Mhm.
It's everybody's choice, but one of the key things is the family. If the family's not into it, and if there's pushback, that is a tough bridge to cross. You have to convince somebody to come to your city. If you have to convince them, I think it's uphill. Because if they've got reasons to doubt or reasons that are making you convince them, it's tough to do. Because families. I used to tell everybody we hosted an all-star game. Maybe we hosted 2 in my tenure in the different places. And I used to always tell like the MLB staff and anybody who we had working with players coming and going, I said, the first thing you have to make sure of is that the wife and the family loves being here. Start there. If the player misses a bus or a cab ride or something like that, okay. But if the wife and the kids didn't have a good time in the city we're hosting it in, we're going to hear about it. So you got to be wise to that, and that's there's no reason why that you shouldn't have everybody on board to where you're going to play. You have to.
Yeah, Ned, I think bigger problem than the city, and I started the show with this tonight. I've heard players talk. When free agency happens, a lot of these players, more so than the city, they're calling other players and asking questions. What is the team like? What, did they back everything up that they told you, this and that? I think the problem lays directly at the Giants front office right now, because Ross Stripling was promised a starting spot in the rotation last year. He didn't get a chance to stay in the rotation after he had a couple of rough outings. They yanked him. Michael Conforto was brought over as an everyday player. They ended up platooning him. Haniger ended up getting hurt, but when he came back, he was platooned. Guys were not happy with the way that they were handled at certain things. As you mentioned, wives call other wives and talk. The wives are always on the phones talking because they want to know what's going to be like for their kids, what's the area like. So I think the problem is not so much the area, but the way the Giants' philosophy has been. Players, I said this a lot last year. You tell a starting pitcher wants to know when he's pitching because he has a routine, not just the days he pitches, but every day. Every day leads up to that start. And the Giants had no plan last year. They had 3 openers going in a 5-man rotation. And Stripling was even quoted as saying he went to Sacramento one day for a rehab, and he was walking up to the stadium to get some work in. And the Giants called him. They were down in San Diego, and they say, "Hey, why don't you come down here to San Diego? Don't pitch because we may need you down here." And he responded, he said, "I drove 2 hours. I'm going to pitch." That kind of stuff is going to get around, isn't it, to other players?
Well, first off, unless I'm in the room and I'm privy to everybody's conversation, I don't have any idea of the accuracy of it.
Well, that was quoted. Stripling actually is
Well,
verbalized that.
Well, here's another thing, and I love Ross Stripling. He's one of my favorite people I've drafted. Agents would ask me all the time, especially when it got down to extra players, and it's a little bit different than Ross or some of the things you're saying. People would agents, well, how much is my guy going to play? How much is my guy going to be in the rotation? Is my guy going to do this? And unless it was a cinch, I'd say, why don't you tell me how your player's going to pitch or your hitter's going to hit and play defense and how long they're going to go into a game if they're a starter? Why don't you tell me that? And then I'll tell you how much you're going to pitch.
Mm-hmm.
I got a buddy that was a high school player that was recruited by UCLA baseball years ago. Freshman, infielder, really good high school player. Didn't play freshman year. Came home halfway through the year, kind of came home for the weekend, kind of long-faced and disappointed with how it all worked out. His dad knew nothing about baseball. His dad was a hard-working laborer that had to concentrate on his hourly job in order to pay rent and have food on the table. And he looked at the son and he said, I know you're dejected, huh? Is it the baseball thing? He goes, yeah, I don't get a chance to play. And the dad says, well, I don't know anything about the sport, but I'll ask you one question. Does your coach want to win? Oh, yeah, he wants to win. He goes, well, maybe that's the answer. So, players, and I'm not talking about anybody specific here, but players like to say, well, I didn't get a chance or this or that. And maybe sometimes it's accurate. But I don't know if there's anybody that's 10-1 with an ERA of 2.5, going 7 innings, striking out 9, walking 1, that's not getting a chance. I don't know anybody hitting 320, 330 with history of power and run production who's not getting a chance. I know a lot of guys hitting 205 that can't drive in a run or can't get anybody out or going 2 innings and a third. Yeah. They've had their chance, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it is a profession of productivity, and so whenever I hear that, I usually always look at the performance and wonder, oh, okay, yeah.
Hey Ned, I got a question for you. Do you think it's possible that the front office or the ownership group, their end goal really isn't winning?
The end goal is what?
Their end goal really isn't winning. Is that a possibility?
Well, I guess anything is possible. I mean, I still know many of the owners in the organization, and that's never crossed my mind that's what they could be thinking. I've known them for 25 years, probably. I don't, I don't see that. The newer owners, I wouldn't know them if they came on your show and said hello. So I don't know.
Could be
I don't know
me.
I don't know what they're at. I would think though, and do we all remember the candlestick years?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Larry, do you remember the candlestick years?
I had the final Niner game.
Not the Niners now, different. That's the other.
I know, but the final Niner game there, Ned. I was greeted at the bottom of the escalator by 2 raccoons. So yes, I do
Okay,
remember.
you remember how many seats were empty
Yes,
Quite a few.
at the Giant games? Quite a few.
1997. I can remember watching the Cardinals. You remember this day, I'm sure. It was 97. It was a successful year. You guys went to the playoffs, and it was in September. And the Dodgers and the Giants were playing on the weekend. Those games, Giants Dodgers, drew 50,000, and the Cardinals had rolled in that weekday series before. Mark McGwire hit a moonshot, like one of the highest home runs I think I've ever seen in my life, and it bounced. And hit and ricocheted off the scoreboard over the permanent bleachers. And me and my buddy were at the game. There was only 12,500 there. And that was 3 days before 2 days before the Giants and Dodgers all had, 3 crowds in a row of like 55,000.
Well, my point is, sometimes I turn the TV on and watching the game from Oracle Park, and it looks like there's empty seats. I don't think ownership wants empty seats. I think empty seats are tied to so many things. Your marketing, maybe your TV ratings, maybe what you get in certain situations because of incentives as far as your marketing and your broadcasts go. I don't think they would see that as good business as, I don't really care if we win. The fans would know that. And you start getting 25,000 in that ballpark or 20,000 in that ballpark on a Tuesday night against Pittsburgh or something. It's not a good thing. I don't think anybody in ownership would say, yeah, I'm okay with that. Even the ones I don't know, I would be shocked if they would say, yeah, we're okay. 15,000, 18. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. I don't see that as for those people, including myself, who experienced this back in the candlestick days, where good teams came, and if you had 25,000, it was a big deal. I'm not talking about Dodger Giants. I'm talking about another team coming in.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to relive that. Because once you're at 25, pretty soon you'd be at 20.
Right.
Pretty soon you'd be at 18, 15.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
the toughest sale to make is the one that you used to have and lost.
Yeah, they had 41,000 there from 2010 through
So,
2017
I
every night.
I don't know what people think on the inside of any organization, but I don't think that's part of what they sit around talking about is, hey, well, who cares? I
just
don't
think
think you offer Ohtani 700 million, or you offer, whoever else they've tried, the Judge deal last year, or Korea. Thank goodness that one didn't work out. But I don't think you offer that if you're not trying to win.
Yeah, I mean, and Sean, I mean, I love you. I think the world of you, but these offers are real money. This is real. These are real offers. I don't believe the Giants are trying to lose. I think the Giants are losing. And they're losing in their competition for these players. And I think it has a lot to do with the city. You guys know Rowdy Tellez, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rowdy Tellez, Ned, Rowdy. He's a NorCal guy. He's a Sacramento guy.
He was on the Brewers, right?
He
He was
signed
on the Brewers,
just
and he
signed
just
with
signed with the
Pittsburgh.
Pirates.
Yeah.
He says, and he was
Yeah,
asked
Pirates.
about why the Giants aren't getting hitters. He said, for me, the city, man, it's just bad. This is a guy who grew up in Sacramento, 2-hour drive from San Francisco. He said, we grew up taking Bart into the city and all that, Tellez added. The last 10 years, it's just been a bad city. It's not nice anymore. It's not clean. It's hardly safe. So there you go. If that's a guy's impression that has been there and lived in Sacramento, he's speaking from, he's telling you what he thinks. And I don't, you can say what you want and get mad at Buster and all this stuff, but you now get mad at Rowdy Tellez, I guess, I mean, I don't know what to say. But I think that's a big part of it right there. I think if you have options, you're going to check out those options. And right now, I think it's a combination of things. I think Farhan wants to get a good deal. He wants to win the deal. So I don't think he's really in a mindset to overpay because he doesn't want to do that. I think he's probably brought in with strict instructions to not overpay. And then
He overpaid for Lee.
he overpaid for Lee. I don't think there's any question about that. But I think the ownership group doesn't want him to overpay. And so they're trying to, get in there with everybody else and kind of fight it out. And they don't have a very competitive team. They don't have a lot of young stars. The one thing about sports is that I've learned is that the players handicap this better than they handicap the field better than we do as media, better than the fans do. They know how good or bad or, it's all relative, but they know the quality of these teams. And if the Giants had a ton of young and up and coming talents and they were on the verge of greatness, I think there would be a lot of free agents like, I'm going there. But because they look around and say, man, I don't see the prospects and I don't see the road to the playoffs. And then it becomes like, well, will they overpay? No, they're not going to overpay. You know what? I'll consider it. And then they just wind up kind of getting dragged along. And then in the 11th hour, lopped off for a more attractive destination. And I think that pattern has just kind of repeated itself. That's if you said to me what I wouldn't look Larry Bear and the Giants ownership group in the face and be like, you guys don't really want to win. I think they really do want to win, but they're losing these individual bids because players have options.
Well, also, and it happens to pretty much every team. You go heavy on somebody, and player really doesn't want to be there, but there's another 2 or 3 teams that really want the player, and then you go back and you drop that offer on them. You get them to raise the price, and the team that raised the price that allowed the player to get the extra $25 million is the stocking horse, is the team that pushed the ante up with no chance of getting a player. That can happen too. I want to comment on this on the comment here from Jim. This is a very, very correct approach that he's taken here.
Mm-hmm.
This is part of the thought process. There's no doubt. When I was hired, Frank McCourt, different ownership, asked me, so what would you do? The Dodgers have been the pioneers of the first black player, really the first prominent Japanese player, and Hideo Nomo. No offense to Masanori Murakami.
Fernando.
Player in Chan-Ho Park. What would you do? And I wasn't really prepared for the question, but I thought I had a pretty good answer. I said I would make sure that we were one of the first 2 major league teams to play in China and really broaden our marketing arm and our ability to entice fans from all over the world to follow us. And he said, you're right on. A couple of years later, we played in China. And, that note that Jim just sent up there, same thing. The Dodgers are going to, and this was part of the plan. There's no doubt that they're going to continue to market in Japan. And some of it, they can't do their own television in Japan. That's an MLB thing. But the other things that they can do, sponsorships, trips, fan bases, all these things, they may become the Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool of baseball. The Yankees tried it a few years ago, had a co-op deal with Manchester United, and did some things with it. But this organization could very easily become that broad and that big internationally, which is yet another area that they'll reap most of the benefit from. So will the league, but not as much as the team. And so, that's a great observation, because that's true.
It's about
Well, Ned-
cultivating a global fan base.
Yes.
Ned, you
Absolutely.
mentioned that you don't think they're done. There's that lefty Imana Naga that's out there. He's not going to cost nearly as much as Yamamoto.
Because he isn't nearly as good.
Well, correct. But if they're developing a lot more fans in Japan, might be a natural place for him to land.
It's the whole Japanese WC team.
There you go.
Well,
That's what it is.
I know you don't have too much. I don't know
Thank
how
you,
much.
now the world, by the way.
Yeah. I don't know how much time you have, Ned. I don't want to take. I know it's late. You've been on the road a lot. If you got to run, what do you got? 5-10 minutes or so? Or?
Yeah. Is there any questions from your listeners? One or two questions that you see?
Yeah. See if we got any questions.
I got a Sharks question.
Oh,
If I could.
Yeah.
If we're going to chase away the entire audience.
Okay, I'll talk to Ned later about it.
I'm just joking. No, Ned's a shark expert. Go ahead.
So I'm a huge Sharks fan, born and raised in San Jose, still live here. And I was very, 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 very disappointed with the 3-game winning streak at the end of the year, which kind of pushed them out of the top spot for Bedard. And I know that players go out there to play to win. But I was talking to a former player, and he said there is zero chance the NHL would have ever let Bedard go to such a small market. Is there any truth to that?
You probably have to dial a 212 number
New York.
and get somebody on the line. I would hope not, because we're going to probably be in a draft lottery again. And there's not a Bedard out there, but there's a very, very good player. Few of them.
Yeah.
One in particular. And
I mean that 3-game winning streak just really hurt, right? I mean, they were losing all year, and then they rattle off the 3-game winning streak. I think it was like Winnipeg, Vegas, and someone else, and then boom.
You can't tell an athlete not to try. I mean,
what about lineups? I was so excited for them to get Bedard, such a generational talent, to turn this franchise around, and then 3-game winning streak.
Well, I don't know if you're true or false. I don't know if it's accurate or not. I mean, but check out, I guess, who gets number 1 picks. Have the Rangers or the Devils ever had a number 1 pick?
No.
Take a look. Take another look.
Here's a question.
No.
Yeah, they have. They just did. Lafreniere and the Devils and them had Hughes and Kako 1-2. Big markets. Yeah, I don't know if it's connected or not.
Here's a question for you, Ned, up on the screen from Will Martinez. He says, Ned, what does Boris do that makes him the best agent in baseball when compared to the other agents? I'm sure
he is very, very well prepared.
Beside himself. Okay.
He's very well prepared, and he knows where to go to get the deal he wants. And he might. I can't remember what the observation was there, but this doesn't hurt Snell. It doesn't hurt Snell. You still got to find somebody to pay it, but it doesn't hurt him from an argument standpoint. He'll end up saying, "Yeah, this guy's pretty good from Japan, but he doesn't want a Cy Young in this country." But you got to have somebody to pay it. That's the key. And he's 6 years older than Yamamoto.
Right.
Yep. Nick Caracillo has a question. Can someone ask Ned a question for me, please? If he was able to choose an organization to take over a non-major market team, what team would he want to come back and build a championship for?
Come on, Nick. Asking me that question.
On the spot.
Putting him on the spot.
Yeah.
I have something for you, Ned. Now, this may be way off because I've been in sales for 40 years, and I don't know how baseball negotiations go, but this is how I would have handled the thing with Yamamoto. I don't know if this would happen or not, but we knew his offer was in the 300 range. You're in this ballpark. Supposedly, it was Farhan's biggest fish he ever wanted to catch in the free agent market. It was his guy, they said.
His whale.
His whale. His whale, they said. My feeling was this is what I would have done. I would have got his agent in the room or on the phone, and I would have said, get your client on the phone because we're about to make you the craziest offer, but we're not going to shop it. We're going to make you either make the decision on it now, or if you decide to, we'll respectfully, if you decline it, we'll respect your wishes and move on, but we're going to pull our offer. We're going to offer you 14, 15 years, $400 million. And, the AAV would be at 27, but $400 million, because the Giants have this history of being shopped, hell, okay, we'll take it to the Dodgers. No, you make the decision right here, right now, because you've already visited us twice. You've already had a month on your tour to decide. Is that something is that a type of negotiation?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you could do that. He may take it. He may say after taxes, is it worth it? Taxes in both places, but is it worth it?
But isn't that the only way you win sometimes? You know where you stand.
Look, I speak only for myself. Once you hit a certain dollar figure, where is your best chance to win and compete?
Mm-hmm.
And have a chance every year to make every game you play special. You're going to get 350 or you're going to get 300. Okay. 300, you got a chance to win all the time. Have. The greatest player in the world, by some people's standard, just signed there. They want me. I would almost say it don't matter who else wants me unless they're going to lowball me. Then I'll have a problem with it. But that's not the organization that's going to lowball you. So that's why when we go back to the first question Larry asked me, I said I'd be surprised had he not gone there. So I don't think that you can buy some people, but I think when you get over 300 million, I don't know if I'd want the guy I had to pay 100 million for more to come to my place. I don't think I'd want that player. I think the Dodgers are in the spot right now that they rule. They have a great team, a great ownership. The weather's a little bit more conducive and predictable. And they just had the best player that anybody's ever seen. Maybe had identical offers, chose them. Those are tough things to get over.
It is.
Those are tough things to beat.
What about value at this point? Would you be searching for value? I'm going to throw a couple names out, that guys that I know that you know well.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you see value or if you see problems. Trevor Bauer and Julio Urias. Is there value or is it problems to you?
That is a great question. I only know Trevor that I've interviewed him on the TV set, the Dodger games. Bright, very bright guy, and a lot of great ideas about pitching. Julio, I know very well. Signed him at 16. Kind of surprised by what's been reported. I think the Bauer win, you have to look at your social conscience and where it sits. And really what you can expect out of him. He hasn't thrown a lot of big league innings for a while. So what do you expect out of him? And you got to probably talk to not only your social conscience in the building, but I think you have to have a good feel for outside the building. But I think you also have to talk to your team, see where they come out on that. With Julio, a little bit of the same, but I think Julio is still in a wait and see.
Mhm.
I think they just turned over all the information, maybe to the DA or something within the last week. I'm not sure how the process works, but somebody just finished an investigation and turned over information. When does that get settled? You're going to sign somebody and then have something go haywire, and then have Rob Manfred in baseball say, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're going to be missing X amount of days," right?
The Dodgers could use Trevor Bauer.
Yeah, if they really wanted to. I don't know that they think that way.
Yeah.
Do the
He's been
Dodgers need to
acquitted.
adjust the back end of the bullpen, like for a closer?
Yeah, I think so.
Is Hader in play?
That's what I was
I
thinking.
think you'll read about that on Christmas Eve, Danny.
Great.
Hater? Oh my god!
You know, hey,
Oh,
there's
my God.
I get two more names that are interesting that I'm just looking at the
I'm gonna lose
Maybe-
my
maybe-
mind.
I'm looking at the web right here, and there's people speculating
Man.
that maybe the Giants will try to go make a deal with the Padres. Hassan Kim and Cronenworth are two guys the Padres are looking to move. You like those players?
Yeah, I think Melvin really likes Kim a lot. I think when a manager likes a good player, I think that's a really good thing. Cronenworth, I really liked a couple years ago. I don't know what happened.
He had a bad
I mean,
year
he
last
was
year.
a tough at bat, right? I mean, he caused some trouble. He was tough to handle.
Versatile, plays a bunch of spots,
Yeah,
right?
I
First,
mean,
second.
maybe that's what you do. You get them out of a tight money spot. Yeah, maybe
Probably don't have to
something like
pay
that.
much in a trade, right? Because they're in a tight financial pinch.
Well, they're going to want young players.
Sure.
You're going to have to say goodbye to Harrison, probably.
Hey Ned, who wins a playoff series first?
I was
The
kind of
Giants
joking
or the
about that, Larry, but yeah, go
I
ahead.
don't know if I don't like moving Harrison in that deal, but I would
know.
move Harrison,
No.
but I don't know if I'd want to move him for Kim and Cronenworth, but
Well, yeah,
I was
this is
saying-
one of the things that I'll get to this in a second there, Sean. One of the
No problem.
this is as important, and just in my opinion, as important as any other responsibility of the person who leads baseball operations, to really know your top prospects, to know everything about them, to know how they're going to compete at the highest level over the course of 6 months. How are they going to compete if we're going bad? How are they going to compete if we're going great? How are they going to compete when the lights get the hottest? What are they going to be able to do? I mean, you have to know those players, because if Baseball America or some other sites got them ranked high and you doubt what they're going to be able to do. Those are the players you got to figure out how to get them some other place and get somebody good back.
Yeah.
The San Diego deal, where you're going to take on some inflated salary, something like that.
is
But
Harrison Clayton Kershaw or is he Jesse Foppert? You know, and that's and
it
nothing
might be
against
somebody
Jesse.
in between. It might be one
Right.
guy in between.
Right.
And
Hey,
I
by
don't
the
know.
way, is Clayton? I can
mean,
see the
it's
Giants
probably-
making a
it's
big play
probably
for
tough to
Clayton.
say it's going to be Clayton Kershaw.
Do you think Kershaw winds up back with the Dodgers? It seems like I mean, that to me, it'd be bad for baseball if he didn't go back.
I would think so. I'm not sure how the contract's going to be structured, because you're really signing, unless it's just we're going to sign them and hope we get August, September, and October out of him. You know, he's within a few weeks of 3,000 strikeouts.
I don't want to see him in any other uniform. Personally.
Yeah, I don't think he really wants to do that either. But if do they still want him? I would hope they would still want him. They haven't said that they don't, and they've said that whatever he wants to do, they'll figure out. So I think after he sees what they've done, I can't believe that he wouldn't like be calling up later tonight. Trying to keep him at a deal.
Yeah.
Because you know what else this does for him? It
Gives him
doesn't all
time.
fall. It doesn't all fall to him.
Right.
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 I don't know that there's in his career that
He's
I don't
made a
think there's
ton of
ever
money,
been
too.
a situation where the pitching end of it didn't fall to him, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And we had Greinke with him, but and Zach's great, but Zach's a tick below Clayton. Wasn't drafted there, was a free agent there, been on 4 teams, I think, by the time we got him. He's always been the guy. Sometimes it's good to be not the guy.
Mm-hmm.
The chat thinks he's going to Texas to play for Bochy.
Who says that?
Some
The
in the
chat.
chat. I think it'll be.
Well, that's not really a tough thing to guess, is it?
He's
No,
from
it's either-
Texas.
No, he's from
It's either
Texas. Yeah.
It's either there or the Dodgers, but I think he ends up with the Dodgers and he retires probably this is last year.
Yeah, I think that this actually, I think Ohtani really helped Yamamoto make his decision.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the combination of the two and Glasnow really helps Clayton make his decision.
Yeah.
Ned, I got a weird question, and I know people are going to scoff at this one, but 34 is a pretty young man still, and Madison Bumgarner's 34. Do you think he's done? I mean, it seems like I saw Jesse Orosco pitch for, just kept going and going and going, and it's like he seemed like he didn't have anything. Are you telling me that Madison Bumgarner, if he wanted to pitch, couldn't be effective for somebody as a lefty in some capacity in the bullpen or something? I'm not saying that he's going to be worth anything.
Is he able to do it? Is he healthy to do it? And if he really has the interest to do it, I don't see him going to a team that's thinking about winning. I could see him teaming up with Josh Hader, the Dodgers bullpen. Really have your show.
You're trolling. Oh, Jesus.
If we had a studio audience right now, they'd be booing. They'd just be boo.
That's borderline.
Get the hook.
Borderline blasphemy.
If you want to win the audience over, you better bring that cat back. Oh, man.
I just thought of something it's off the subject a little bit.
Ultimate troll. I love it, man. Ultimate troll.
I was only kidding.
I got
I went to
That's the best. Ned is the best.
Hall of Fame induction, and I saw a lot of players that I knew from the time I was there, and some guys were just breaking in when I was there, and had a good long talk with Brian Wilson. So he tells me he's living near Pepperdine where I teach. So I have Jaime Jarrin's son, Jorge Jarrin, who did
longtime Dodger announcer. People don't know Jaime Jarrin.
I had him in class, and my classes are 3 hours long. It's a sports media class. Well, you've been in it, Larry.
Yeah.
And so I was walking him out to the car. We took a little break, about an hour and a half in. I'm walking him to the car, and who's walking in? Willie. Walking up, said, "Hey, I knew you were teaching today. I got to come and sit in your class." So Brian Wilson was in the class. It was classic.
Really? Did he talk at all?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he had some things to say, and that's not even the class that he could really shine in, which is the either the organizational sports culture class or the GM class. But I tell you something that. We do case studies and people study organizations, how they sustain success, and then what happens when the success ends, what fractured. And we studied one group of students had Dodgers and Giants. So they both, they studied the heyday of the Giants, the 210 to 214 run, and a little bit of the 97 to 04 run, not quite as prosperous as the other one. And they studied the Dodgers last 11 years and a couple other segments of time. But Brian Wilson had an idea of what one of the things that happened to the Giants culture. And I wouldn't let him say it in the class because he was going to give an unfair advantage to the case study that was dealing with that. So he told it to me and a couple other students offline. And it's very interesting, and I buy it. He says one of the things, and it's not the only thing, but one of the things that he said that he has noticed that would have made a difference on the 210, 212 teams was the bullpen moving to center field. Because those guys were in that bullpen until they went out to get warm up. And he says we had such a great group of people all the way through the position players, the starting pitchers, the bullpen. We were so close and so tight and so working hard for each other that suddenly, 9 of us, 8 of us are going off to center field in the first inning.
Interesting.
And I thought, you know what? That is a pretty interesting comment. Because most teams don't have the bullpen, the relievers sitting in the dugout, except for an inning or two, maybe. But I thought that was really a interesting perspective that he offered.
And he thinks it would be better to have the bullpen in the dugout than in the pen.
Oh, yeah.
Because of
at least those guys.
Well, yeah, because a lot of those guys were the leaders on the team. Javi Lopez.
Yeah.
I always call Javi modern day Mo Berg.
Yeah,
I said,
Moberg.
I said, Javi, you're modern day Mo Berg. You're like Mo Berg was this guy who was like,
Spy.
if they thought he was a spy, and he was like went to White House state dinners. Yeah, he filmed internationally. Really interesting. Yeah,
but that's interesting.
Wow, that
point,
is.
I thought, huh?
I have a question for you, Ned. Now that Yamamoto is signed, what do you think happens? Does the market take off now? The guys that were waiting,
I think it'll open up now. I think people will be working in the next week or 10 days. So they have more of a focus on what they're doing. If you're the Yankees or the Mets or the Padres, I guess probably not. Giants, you've always shifted your plan a little bit. You've always stayed in touch, but now, now you got to figure out how bad you want one of the other guys that's still out there.
Is it bad form, Ned, to do it, to call somebody on Christmas Eve or Christmas, or do you win points because it shows that, man, you're dogged and your determination to acquire a player? Do you have any Christmas Day or Christmas Eve negotiations? Because you were central in a lot of those things.
Unflattering and embarrassing. I talked to Scott 3 different Christmas Eves. He called me. The first one was on Barry, and I was in Chicago, and it was 6:00 Christmas Eve where I'm at, 4:00 where he's at. I talked to him on Manny, Christmas Eve. I talked to him on a player we never signed but negotiated to try and sign, Prince Fielder, on Christmas Eve. The one that is and also Trevor Wilson, unrelated to Scott. We brought Trevor Wilson back for a short period of time, and that took place on Christmas Eve. That was the first one when my family looked at me like I was crazy. But the last story of the night will be the Barry Bonds Christmas Eve story, where I'm at a member of the family's house. I'm in Chicago. It's 5:00, 5:30. It's about 10 degrees out. It's dark out, and the cell phone rings. And I know who it is, and I say, "Yeah, Scott." And my family looks at me like, "You've been gone for the last 360 days.
Right.
And now this?" So I was signaled to go out in the car. So as I went to get my jacket and the keys and my gloves, I was told I wouldn't need a jacket or gloves, and that the car was open. And I was talking to Scott yet, and I was mouthing that I needed to turn the car on for the heat. And they just shook their head no. So picture that.
You're freezing.
I'm out in the car. It's 10 degrees. It's night, Christmas Eve, frigid night with no heat, no jacket, sitting in a car talking to Scott about Barry.
Wow.
So that's what it came to. So as you asked me that question with Christmas Eve just a couple days away, I wonder who'll be sitting out in their car as they're trying to sign Josh Hader to finish games for him, or Blake Snell to start games for him, or Cody Bellinger to hit 30 and hit a 300 and drive in 100. So yeah, so that's the answer to the question.
What's Scott in your phone under?
It was under Scott.
It was just Scott.
There's only a few people in there that are by first name basis that are like.
That's what I was wondering. Is he just in there, Scott? Just
like Pele and
yeah, Pele and
Pele.
Pele. Not that I've had Pele's in there, but I have a few in here that are just one name.
Yazil.
Barry.
No.
Hey, Dan, ask him the question about the trade deadline, because you had a good idea the other day about, should the MLB have an adjustment on how long they have to sign free agents in offseason?
Well, yeah, the question is, Ned, do you believe with how it's been strung along with first Ohtani, now Yamamoto, it's kind of held up the market. Should they do something like, college football's recruiting has a signing period? Should Major League Baseball, I heard Mad Dog say this as well yesterday. I've been saying this for a couple of weeks. What do you think of a signing period that says there's a freeze after, say, December 31st, and then you can't sign anybody until February 1st, right before spring training, to motivate teams to get their teams set before? I mean, is that something the Players Association would balk at?
I think it would. I think it would. Something that I thought would be really cool is the winter meetings have lost a lot of luster.
Oh, totally.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the winter meetings usually end on a Thursday or Friday with the Rule 5 draft in the morning. I would open up free agency. If the winter meetings start Sunday, people start showing up and they go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tuesday night at midnight, the door opens for free agency. Baseball would be on the front of every sports section for 3 or 4 days. The excitement. You'd be doing podcasts, you guys, at midnight.
Oh, they need it. They need it.
We would be.
Hey, Ned, I'm watching a thing the other night on the Cardinals of the 80s.
Yeah.
And they had Whitey Herzog, who was the manager, who relinquished his job as the manager of the Cardinals to become the general manager. And he traded for Raleigh Fingers and Bruce Sutter in one winter meetings. And, it's like, and he's joking with the writers, and they're all sitting there, and he's like, yeah, and if we can, get a couple more players, maybe the manager doesn't screw it up. And everybody's laughing because he was going to be the manager. But you remember those days with Jack McKeon and Whitey Herzog, and it seemed like people were more willing to. That era of general manager was more willing to wheel and deal and make big moves. And that era is gone. I don't know if it's because the people who run the thing are so smart now that they don't want to ever be perceived as doing anything based on emotion, or if it's a perceived weakness, if you make a deal face to face as opposed to, dragging it out. But yeah, the winter meetings, I almost feel bad for the MLB network. They're all sitting there and they've got their set and nothing's going on
over and over again.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I think it'd be cool to have a crescendo at those meetings.
Yeah.
Roland Heyman and Bill Veeck with the White Sox would set up their desk in the lobby with phones and everything, and take calls from teams and make deals from the lobby. But the writers hanging around the table.
That's awesome.
It was a showman.
Wow.
It was a showmanship. It was a great show for baseball.
I loved it. When I was a kid, I remember the Giants trading Bobby Bonds for Bobby Mercer during the winter meeting.
That's right.
And I was like, whoa. that's a major deal. It's like, Ned, I know we're going to let you go, but last question up on the screen there. Someone is asking, how do you feel about Cody Bellinger? Is he back? Was it a one-up year, or is his stroke back and he's back to an MVP type of player?
Well, I'm a big fan. Another kid we drafted. Believe it or not, he hit one home run in high school. Think
It's hard to
about that.
believe.
47.
I think it really takes a good, solid conversation, one-on-one, with the GM and Bellinger, with the owner and Bellinger, and get a feel for where he's at, how he feels, what his approach will be, how bad he wants to be.
Or do we freeze?
I think we lost Ned.
I think we lost Ned. I think he's
Am I
frozen.
gone?
Oh,
No,
now
there he
you're
is. He's
Oh,
back.
There you go.
Yay!
It was how much he wants to be, and I would think you were going
Yeah.
to say a giant.
Yeah, how
but
much he
anyway.
wants to be there, and what his, and if and read him if he's genuine, and if he's the kind of guy that it benefits everybody and him too. If he has a good relationship with the people he works for, so to speak. I think.
Do you think his skill set? You think his skill set plays at Oracle?
He's a really good hitter. I don't know if he's going to hit 35, 30, but I think he'll have 45, 50 doubles.
Mm.
He's a great athlete too, and he's versatile. He can play first. He can play center. It sounds like Giants have center covered, but it'd be nice to see Bellinger.
Put him at first.
Ned, hey Ned, Merry Christmas, man! Happy New Year.
Yes.
I know I speak for everybody here. We love hearing your perspective. When I hear you talk, it makes me just wonder why the Giants didn't bring you back to run this thing.
Jeez.
And then I
don't talk after midnight Arizona time. It looks like it's 12:01.
Yeah. And I was going to say,
you have to have this conversation without me.
the other thing we got to get into someday is that, man, you're teaching at Pepperdine, and I've only been on that campus one time, but man, that might be the best spot in all of LA. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you think? You've lived in LA, and I know you lived in different spots and on different parts of the country, but were you ever tempted to buy a place in Malibu?
It's no, not necessarily. It's
Are you in Malibu now, Ned?
No.
No. Oh.
School's over. I've been there for 16 semesters, 7 years plus 2 summers abroad. I'm going to July. In July, I'm going to London again to teach. It's been one of the greatest honors of my life and career to be able to teach at an institution that is so good, and the kids are so good. I mean, it's a wonderful experience for me. And I was honored in April with an honorary doctorate degree in human letters and gave the commencement speech. Guys that are from where I'm from don't do stuff like that, don't have those honors. So
That's awesome.
they've been really good to me, and they respect what I am and what I've done. They've offered me other positions just lately to consider, to think about, and I'm thinking about them. But they've been great. And you talk, I'm a guy that, it's for anybody out there listening that has had any kind of struggles in their life or their education or their career. My parents wanted me to go to college, me and my younger brother, but they never knew anybody who'd ever gone. So when I got to be a senior in high school, I had really no roadmap, no direction. And so when I came within about 10 weeks of graduating, I went to see the college counselor about going to the University of Missouri and being a journalism major so I could write sport. And he looked at my grades and he says, "You're better off going across the street to the factory and getting a job working at the factory." I was in college material, he said. Went to a junior college for 2 years. I went to Northern Iowa University and NIU and graduated there and started my career. So all these blessings that I've had 40 years in the game, I'm going on year 5 or 6 with San Jose, which I love doing. I was just up there this week. Best-selling book, 4 Emmys. I mean, it's like, how did this all happen to a guy like me? And so, they've added to that. they've added to the awe I have for the blessings a guy who grew up in a garage has been able to see and to live. And I never forget people that have given me a chance. I don't care if I'm 15, if I'm 22, just getting out of school, or if I'm the age I'm at now. And people continue to come to me with different ideas and different big jobs to think about. I'm taken aback by it, but yeah, it's a beautiful place.
Fantastic
awesome.
story, and thanks for
That's
sharing.
awesome, Ned.
With
We
that,
really
Ned.
appreciate that. And I'll tell you, my ears sure pricked up when you said there's a GM course. It's like, ooh, maybe I got to enroll in Pepperdine.
Dan.
It's a good one. You do a free agent. We teach. I start out teaching negotiation. We go through how do you do this. Then the first main exercise. Every student in the class is their own GM, and it's not like fantasy GMs.
Don't encourage him, Ned. Don't encourage him.
Well, he's not getting in. I can make sure he's not getting in.
I love it.
Dan's made. Dan, how many trades did you make on your fantasy team this year?
Don't even.
Oh gosh, probably.
You want me to bring it up?
No,
No,
It's like exponentially more trades than every other team in the league combined.
not just trades, just
My
moves.
students would take you to class.
I'm in the semifinals.
Look at that.
We're talking like if you just look at the number of moves, you can see the number of moves each team's made. We're talking maybe 10, then another team's got 20, 25, and then here's Dan with like 275 moves over the course of the year.
Hey, my team is stacked right now, though.
It is stacked. It is stacked.
He's thinking about Michael Reed and Connor Joe maybe as an addition.
Gosh.
So
Ned, hey, once again, Merry Christmas,
Hang
Happy
on a
New
second.
Year.
Unless you guys are going to go off the air. Hang
No,
on.
go ahead.
So, you get football, baseball teams have the fantasy football thing going on, right?
Right.
And
Tommy Pham, Jock Peterson, we're
Zach
aware.
Greinke with us, and he picks his team. And by the time he leaves the draft, he's traded half of them.
Dan, that's Dan.
So I love Zach. Zach was tremendous for us. I think it was 51-15. I think it was second in the Cy and 51-15 over 3 years. But he always had ideas for me. I'd be walking through and he goes, hey, I pitch against this guy. He's going to be a free agent. This guy's a pretty good hitter. Just put it in your ear. Just think about it. And so September, he has his football draft, right? And I walk by him and he goes, hey, Ned, come here for a sec. I go, what's up, Zach? He goes, this guy and this guy, I think we got to add them next year. And they weren't guys we were going to have any interest in. And I said, thanks, Zach. He goes, no. I'm really serious about this. And I said, Zach, do me a favor. I says, when you get your fantasy football league straightened out, when you get that thing straightened out, come and see me. Until then, you worry about that. I'll worry about it.
Oh my God.
Great.
One of my favorite interviews I'm interviewing Kevin Millar late in the year, baseball year. And he was playing, I think, for Boston, and we're in the A's visiting clubhouse at the Coliseum. And I'm like, hey, Kev, you got time to talk? And he, Kevin Millar is just awesome guy, right?
Yeah.
So Millar's just like, oh, of course, man. And he's like kind of fired up about it. And he's like, hey, but by the way, I may have to pay my fantasy dues in the middle of this interview. And I said, not a problem, man. Well, that's fine. If that's cool. So sure enough, Johnny Damon comes over in the middle of the interview. Millar, pay your dues. And they make motions to each other with hands. And he's like, all right. And he takes out a checkbook. Starts writing a check.
Days before Venmo, huh?
And he goes to hand it to Johnny Damon. And as he's passing it over, I go, I gotta see. I kind of go like this. I go, I gotta see. So $10,000 buy-in for fantasy. I just was like, oh my gosh! But it's all relative. It's all
relative.
Wow,
Ned, great stuff, man. We love chopping it up with you. Thanks for coming on Danny's channel, and I know Danny appreciats it. And
Merry Christmas, Ned. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, guys. So,
Merry Christmas,
I'm never
Ned.
going to be on your show again.
What's that?
Yeah, the 49ers, they punt, and next thing you know, I'm off the show for 6 months.
No, you know what? I'm just waiting for the Giants to do, I don't know, anything. If Bellinger signs tomorrow, I'll be calling you on Christmas Eve. No, but
Well, I'm in a warm weather place, so if I'm out in the car, it won't be so bad.
if somebody said in the chat, now we know why Ned moved to a warmer climate. But no, if the Giants do anything, I will have a show, and I will be calling you. They haven't done anything, so there you go.
All right. Well, okay.
I'll be calling.
Ask the fans to vote. Would they want me on the show every week?
Ned, if we let the fans vote, they'd vote Farhan out, and they'd vote you into the general manager spot.
Absolutely.
Immediately.
Your shows.
Yeah.
Well, hey, you're my number one guy. Anytime the Giants do anything,
every time you hit a milestone, you thank 50 people, and I'm your number one guy.
Seriously,
Every milestone you hit,
I do, and you're one of the people I do thank. And by the way, our channel is now at 31,000 subs.
Wow.
31,000 subs, Ned. It's going incredibly well. I can remember the day that I told you about the concept of what I was planning.
Yep.
And I just wanted to say thank you, because your enthusiasm buoyed me in some of those early days where it's very difficult. And that's why I help out Danny and try to help him build this thing, because it's a grind at first, but man, once it starts to get rolling, it's really great. And anyway, I just want to thank you.
I do have some good news for Giants fans, though.
An Anaheim Ducks game, and we
What's
had
that?
a great conversation. I always get to a place 2.5, 3 hours early, and I pulled over. I could take you to the parking lot. I pulled over and talked to you for another 45 minutes to hear you out and figure out what else you were going to do, and if I could figure out a way to help you with an idea. But anyway, you guys have a great holiday.
Great stuff, man. Thank you.
The fans start voting that I should be on the show once a week. No, I will. It's up to the fans, everybody out there.
They have voted, and they want you back.
They've already spoken. The
fans have spoken.
How many people? 3 people?
We're up to almost 400 in here tonight. I do have one great idea. I do have one great idea, and I'll let you leave on this. How to get Ohtani to the Giants? Hire Andrew Friedman and make him part owner, because in Ohtani's contract, he can get out if Friedman's gone. So offer him ownership, give him a ton of money. That way,
I thought Danny was going to advocate kidnapping. Ned, great stuff, man.
We'll get to see him in San Francisco this year.
We'll see.
We'll get to see him. We'll be out there. Wait till you see how many boats are in the cove that night.
Well,
see you guys later.
Later, Ned.
Take care.
Ultimate troll. I love it.
Great stuff. All right.
That's going to do it.
Okay.
Danny, have a great night. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Larry. Appreciate coming in.
Yep.
Bye, Larry.
Sean, good to see you. Eric, good to see you.
See you.
And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all you guys and your entire channel and audience. Have a great night, everybody.
All right,
I like the new studio, Larry.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, awesome.
Dodger fan to the end.
Disgusting.
Oh,
Disgusting.
man. What a show. What a show, huh?
Yeah, man. It's been great.
Man.
Probably just woke up my kids. That was really loud.
Awesome, man.
Oh, Eric?
I'm always loud. Sorry.
Eric.
I just screamed, and I probably just woke up my whole family.
Oh.
Oops. That was jacked. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Man, it was, we hit like 365.
No. We got into the 390s.
390s? I wasn't.
Yeah, we almost hit 400. I was waiting to eclipse 400.
Dang.
Why do we only have how many likes do we got right now?
I'm not sure. I have to look. I don't want to say that when Ned was on though.
Yeah. So
Say what?
Man, what a night though, with a lot of great baseball stories and just
yes.
I mean, that was classic. Scott Boras calling on Christmas Eve in the cold.
That's awesome.
He's got him in his phone under Scott. Just Scott. Yeah. I love it.
Man, I'll tell you.
Almost one more than 150. We got 150 likes.
All right, man.
It's great.
Well, I think it'll be interesting the next couple of days because Christmas is Monday. Tomorrow being the 22nd. Do we get a signing of Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery here before
No.
Christmas?
No,
And even if
no.
they did, they ain't gonna. They ain't gonna. Giants. They're
No,
gonna be battling
I'm
for third
saying
place.
not the Giants. I'm saying
Oh.
as
Oh.
baseball, do we see a signing
Yes, yes,
with these guys?
yes, yes.
I think so.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
think maybe
Not
that's
the
why they
Giants.
announced. Maybe that's why they announced it tonight, so they could get this done before Christmas, hopefully.
Super frustrated Giants fan says, "Where's Marty Laurie?"
Yeah, we'll get Marty on. I just
It's a good
got
call. He's typically an optimist, right?
Well, lately,
Well, I've talked to Marty a week or so ago. I could tell you some. I'll tell you stuff off there. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
speak
Yeah.
for. Yeah. The I think this whole thing with the Giants is what I put out, and in fact, put a short out on it. Why don't you play that, Eric? That short. And you know what? Can you go back from the show and just? I wanted to get it about 5 seconds more. It's okay. We don't need it. We cut it off because it was a minute. We called it a Farhan special. So
wait, you talking about the short I did today?
yeah.
The
5
nightmare
seconds.
scenario. Yeah, the
Yeah.
nightmare. Yeah.
5 seconds later, we mentioned that's called a Farhan special. This
Oh
is what,
yeah.
This is what I'm. As you're queuing this up, this is my concern with the Giants, and this was last night or the night before, right?
This is last night that you talked about.
Last night before Yamamoto signed tonight, or agreed in principle to the terms.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right,
here we go.
Let me back it up.
I think
talk about the.
Here's the nightmare scenario is that the Yankees or Mets grab Yamamoto and the Dodgers miss out on Yamamoto and they pivot and offer big money to Snell, and Giants end up losing out on Snell too. And then someone else like Boston comes up with money for Montgomery. And then Flaherty's already signed. Farhan ends up with, somebody like Lucas Giolito, and that's it.
Yeah.
And he gets Giolito for a year or 2 years with an opt-out.
Yeah.
Giolito pitches like crap.
And you're stuck with him.
And then he comes back just like Stripling. Here's the yeah.
There you go.
I mean, just flip it. Someone else signed. Dodgers got Yamamoto. Watch like the Yankees or some other team come in and go for Snell now. And but I do think I can see an overpay. The Giants still landing someone like Snell because he pitched with Melvin. He probably prefers the West Coast, being from Seattle. I don't know if winnings, it's not like the NBA, where guys sign on certain teams just because they want to win. Some of these guys just take the money. What do we got here?
I tried to ask Ned, who a couple people in the chat brought it up, but I wanted to ask Ned who wins a playoff series first, the Sharks or the Giants?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'll say this.
I wonder who he would have said. Probably the Giants.
I think he would have maybe said that. I think he would have went with the Sharks. It's his organization he works for.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're like they're at the very, very bottom. The Sharks are at the very bottom.
Yeah, but they could get there in 2 years. They could get into a playoff.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll tell you,
half the league makes the playoffs in the NHL.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this whole situation with the Giants, they can salvage something here by getting Bellinger and Snell, and maybe you go and get Chapman, and then maybe you get this Imanaga. There we go. Maybe they get something like that, get a couple pitchers still, get Bellinger, get Chapman, and you're going to have to do something. If you don't, and you strike out altogether, and you just end up adding somebody, like bringing Mania back and whatever.
Oh my God.
You're going to look at, it's going to be really bad.
I really think that whatever the Giants do, if they're battling for third and fourth place, no matter what they do.
there's no doubt. The only thing the Giants can do is compete for a wild card and try to have 3 to 4 solid starters that you can go into a series and say, I'll put up our 4 against your 4 all day long. I'll tell you what, and I think that what the Dodgers are doing is unbelievable, but there is a nightmare scenario that the Dodgers
they're not done. I don't think they're. I was going to say right before I was going to ask Ned, do you think the Dodgers are done? Because I don't.
He already said that.
I was going to say that before he said it.
I'll say this: there's a nightmare.
What's the nightmare?
Nightmare scenario is that Yamamoto gets hurt.
Yeah. Tommy John.
Bueller comes back and he's not the same.
Yep.
And Bobby Miller is their only starting pitcher, and he's just mid. He's like a 4, and they have to sell off.
Still have bets in Freeman.
It doesn't matter. You're not going to win a playoff series with no pitching.
No, you're not going to win a playoff series with no pitching. Yeah.
We already know, like we said, they're 94, 95%. We all said the mid-90s that they're going to win the division. I mean, that's a given. They're playing for the playoffs. But I'll right now, the playoffs for today, I'll take the Braves. I'll take the Braves because they've still got Strider, Free.
What 3 pitchers do they got?
Who, the Braves? They got
the Braves. The Braves offense is better than the Dodgers offense.
Yeah, they got.
Yes,
they got
their lineup is better.
The Braves have a third pitcher. I just can't remember. I'm forgetting his name.
I don't think I think it's only Fried and Strider. As far as their
Strider, Fried.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
No, I like their lineup better.
They got one more.
Arizona has a very good pitching staff. And
Arizona's got 4 pitchers.
Yep.
Braves will probably still make a deal or something, but Dodgers are. Ned's right. What's going to happen is at the trade deadline, they'll just trade for what they need.
Yep.
They'll get, but there is a point of no return. I believe you can't just keep spitting out. You can't be defying the rest of baseball and have the top prospects. I know they're great at development, but
that's where they excel.
But what are some of these prospects that have actually panned out? Josiah Gray with the Reds, he's done well.
Corey Seager, Bellinger.
Well, those guys I'm talking about in prospects that they use to trade.
Oh,
those are proven stars.
Oh, I want to know. I see what you're saying.
How many of their prospects? Alex Verdugo for Betts and Jeter Downs? No, I'm sorry. Alex Verdugo is a 3rd, 4th outfielder at best.
That's what Dodgers are good at, though. They're good at getting rid of guys.
Yeah, because somehow I don't know if they've got some marketing mechanism going where they're paying off these ratings companies. I don't know. I would like to know how their ratings, their ratings with their farm system so high, and then these guys get traded. The guys that got traded for Scherzer was
and Trey Turner, both in the same deal.
Yeah, the pitcher is
Josiah Gray.
Oh, I keep saying the Reds. Josiah Gray's with the Nash, right? There's another guy that was with that's with the Reds. I can't remember, but Josiah Gray, and then the catcher that went is okay, but he was like top 10 prospect, and he's not that great. Ruiz. Yeah, Ruiz. you know what I'm saying? That it's not a perfect situation where they're at right now. They can't. They're back into the lineup. Okay, who's going to play shortstop for them? Who's going to be? I mean, who's playing second base? Who's playing center field, left field, right field? I mean, they're not. They have 4 or 5 guys. They've got leading off. They've got Betts. Second, Otani. Third, Freeman. Fourth, Will Smith. Now, Max Muncy, probably going to do better now that they've got a better lineup. That's 5 guys. I don't know where the rest of their lineup is. Lux.
How many do the Giants have?
Giants have what? A big goose egg.
Yeah, exactly.
They have a goose egg because we don't know what. Let's say that Jung Hoo Lee's going to be their best hitter. Let's hope he figures it out and he becomes a 300 hitter. But I think the Giants, without any pitching, the Giants might end up in the cellar.
They could be. Rockies could do better.
Rockies could surpass them.
I'd rather them be in the cellar than finish like 3rd or 4th.
Well, yeah, you don't want this 79 and 83 crap. We said this last year. Did a poll.
I know.
I asked a poll. Would you rather have the Giants lose 100 games?
Oh, yeah. Play the young guys.
Rebuild, play the young guys, or try to make the playoffs and keep the current regime.
Right. I remember that.
And it was pretty overwhelming. People wanted to see them rebuild.
But they blew that opportunity. That's what pisses me off from last year. So they had the opportunity to play these young kids all the time. But
we don't even know what Elliot Ramos can do.
We don't.
He might be great. He might be a bust.
Exactly.
We don't know.
Guess who? If we're looking at the odds, guess who's the first that has the best odds for Blake Snell to sign? If it's not the Padres,
Angels.
Giants.
Okay, Giants. Figured
plus 150. Dodgers plus 250. Red Sox plus 4-1. Mets 4-1. Cubs 5-1. Mariners 550. Cardinals 10-1. Phillies. Angels aren't even on here.
Is this wait a minute, Sean, is this tonight after Yamamoto's already off the boards?
Yeah, I mean they're off. This is right. This is current. This is right now.
So yeah, see, that's what I said earlier. I think the Giants may still be the favorites to get him. I'm not sure. I guess that's what you got to do. I'm not crazy about it because I think it works out for a couple of years and then the back end. But you know what? If you're going to try to compete right now,
it reeks of desperation. It really does. It reeks of desperation.
He is the Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like he's, it depends.
I'm just talking about the overpay.
It's going to be an overpay.
Right.
It's going to be an overpay.
I mean, Boris has got him.
And who the last pitcher the Giants overpaid for? I mean,
Cueto, Shamarja,
Barry Zito was the big deal. That was 6 years, 6 or 7 years, 126 million.
Yeah.
And it was a terrible deal, but he won that one game.
Yeah.
He won that one game.
And then in 16, before the 16 season, after the 15 offseason, they signed Samardzija and Cueto.
Right.
And
after they missed out on Lester. Right.
And they both got 5-year. Well, Cueto got a 6-year deal. So he had an option. They weren't excited about that. And I think this is where Farhan doesn't have the ability to use his head. He got so shied off. He says, he saw what 5-year deals did. He wouldn't sign Gosman, who wanted to come here for $110 million. And he said he signs Wood and DeScalfani for more money per year for those two.
Because it was two
shorter
instead of one. It was two.
And DeScalfani was a 3-year deal. So
it's just he's a clown. He's an absolute clown.
Absolutely.
So yeah, you want to hear the teams for Bellinger? The odds for Bellinger?
I bet you the Giants it's the Cubs and the Blue Jays and the Giants.
Blue Jays
Top.
1.
Yeah.
Blue Jays are the favorite, plus 125. Yankees,
2.
Yankees 250. Giants 3-1. Dodgers 8-1. Mets 10-1. Phillies 12-1. Astros, Marlins, Baltimore, Red Sox.
Where were the Cubs?
The Cubs, they're not on here. Oh,
Wow.
it's if he doesn't go back to the Cubs.
Oh, okay. Because I think the Cubs is where he may land. I think he may end up back in Chicago. I see him going to Chicago or Toronto. Don't see why he would want to come to the Giants. And again, you know, like Ned said, are they going to take someone going to want to take the money with a team like this? The Giants are getting themselves put in a position where they are going to have to decide, what are we going to do? Are we going to keep our prospects and play them and develop them, or are we going to trade them all away to try and be competitive? And I think that is a disaster. I think that's a disaster.
Because
that's what they did from after they've been doing that for years. It's why they got rid of Wheeler. It's why they got rid of
Brian Reynolds.
Brian Reynolds, thank you. And they continue to do. There are only really a couple prospects that really made it. The Giants have not drafted well or
Luis
developed
Castillo,
well.
forgot about him. Got rid of him.
Yeah, Castillo.
But I mean, let's extend Varhan. I mean,
you tell me, Sean.
Let's just extend him. He doesn't draft well. He doesn't draft well. He has got no personal skills. He can't land the big fish. He's stuck on analytics. Let's extend him.
He can't get a trade done with a free agent. He can't
get a trade done. He doesn't make trades that he should make trades. He should have traded Rodon, but he didn't.
I'll say this about the draft. By all accounts, last year's draft, most experts put the Giants in the top two or three, if not the number one draft. So we'll see. Time will tell. But
time will tell.
What I am tired of is that the fact that this is going back many, many years. The Giants have not drafted well since, their last guy that was probably in that group was Panic, was the last position player to come up. You had Panda, then you had Posey, and you had Belt and Crawford, and then of course the pitchers. You had Kane first, and then Lincecum, and then Mad Bum. They drafted well for enough period where they were able to have all these guys come together. But let's go out. I mean, if you want to look at the entire rest of the history of their drafts from like 2010 on, they haven't had anybody hit. They traded away, like we said, Wheeler and Reynolds. That's about it. They need to go find the organizations, whether it's Tampa Bay, Baltimore, name a couple who else is, that's the top two that come to my mind. Go find the guy that was responsible for the development of that, whether it's the minor leagues director or the guy who's drafting, get them both if it's two different people, and double their salaries, what they're getting now. Triple it if you have to because of California taxes. Might as well triple it. And bring those guys on board and let them change the direction of this organization, because they are not going to have any other alternative but to pull from their minor leagues. Because forget trying to recruit at the top end of free agency. You're competing with real sharks out there. I mean, they're not going to let you win. They're going to beat you. And I don't see any other hope but the farm system. And I think, if you trade away all of your top prospects and you go for older guys to try and win now, you're going to, and if they don't pan out, now you're really up the a-hole, right? I mean, you're really, because now you don't have a farm system.
Get ready for Matt Chapman at third base.
Why not build the farm system? Build it build it. But I think what they do is they pivot, they get Snell, they get Chapman, and I don't know if they're in on Hoskins,
I
but
got a feeling it ain't going to be Snell. I think it's going to be a Matt Chapman, and that's going to be it for the season. And you know what? We can't talk about draft and development until there's a new front office, because he's had 5 years, and you're going to hit on one draft, possibly, maybe last year's draft.
One
Come on,
full
he's
draft
got
and
to
then one
go.
player.
we don't know
can't
about the
talk.
2020 draft. The 20 draft produced Bailey, Schmidt, and Harrison. So hopefully, but you got to play these guys. I mean, they gave Bailey a shot because they had to. He was their best catcher. But we don't know with Casey.
Toss them all out.
Let's get Casey in there. Let's get Luciano in there. Let's play Ramos. Let's play Matos. And I mean, you know, they got they got 9 outfielders on their 40-man roster, and I don't know what they're going to do with them all. Now they've added this TJ Hopkins guy. It's like their 9th or 10th guy. They're going to have to do something. And trades are probably going to happen. I just don't know if Farhan has the ability to do a real trade. I mean, it's been guys from AAA and AA. It's been constant guys that have been released. He's picking up. When's he going to pull a trigger on something big?
Not.
I don't know. I don't know if he's capable. In fact, I don't think he is.
I don't think he
He's
is.
not a
And I think
closer.
ownership is also culpable. 100%. I like
Yeah,
what Senior says. Maybe try to get Johnson to sell.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. Who do we know that's a billionaire that's a Giants fan? Because that's what we need right now to run. We need a baseball fan.
Well, Joe Lake, they asked Joe Lake about buying the A's, and he said that him and his group would be interested in anything that could potentially make money. So he would. I mean, they're not going to sell. Like, this is.
Yeah,
they're not selling. They're not going to sell, even though, I mean, shit, people want the A's to sell, and they couldn't even get that done.
Exactly.
So, it would be funny if people start showing up with like sell the team shirts and sell the team signs at Oracle. I don't think that's ever happened.
If this offseason gets any worse, you may start seeing that. God, could you imagine what the park's going to look like when the season starts? Season tickets, we thought it nosedived last year. Oh, what do they got to sell right now? What do they got to sell now? They got nothing to sell.
No, there's nothing.
I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee's not going to move the needle for the fans. I mean, you get a certain segment, but I'm talking like for season
no, I don't think he moves.
And his fans in general. I mean,
grassroots campaign, sell the team, senior softball.
Yeah, might have to do that.
Yeah, there was.
He's got the money, but I don't know if his priorities are.
He's got way too much shit going on.
Yeah,
like saving the world. Devin here, this guy Devin, he was talking about he wanted us to touch on the whole ballpark thing or San Francisco as a whole.
It's a recent or way back?
It's not too far back. He said he lives in LA and San Francisco is great. And can we like talk about
this one?
No.
Further away or further up.
Yeah, he said, can you guys speak on the rumor idea that players are staying out of San Francisco because of the city itself? Seems like BS. San Francisco is amazing, and I live in LA. So, like I said in the chat, it's not amazing. Yeah, it's not amazing.
And here's the difference, too. I mean, if you want to think, you kind of have to think geographically because LA is sprawled out. San Francisco.
Yeah, that's why I asked him. Like,
yeah,
that's why I said, Devin, do you live in downtown LA? Because downtown LA is just as bad as the majority of San Francisco. Sure, there's really nice parts of the city, but the majority of it. Okay, so the bad parts used to be just pretty much the Tenderloin. Like that was where it was super sketchy. It's been sketchy for a long time. Well, now that little Tenderloin vibe has now expanded out to pretty much the majority of the city. It's like a 60 to it's probably 65% chance that your car is going to get busted into at almost any part in the city during the day. My car's been broken into 7 times in the city, and I don't even live in the city. Just every time I go, I keep nothing in my car, and it still gets broken into. There's tons of news channel reports and undercover stings and stuff. I mean, hell, Mark Roper, the guy that does all that really cool videos on YouTube, he did a video last week about his glitter bomb and people stealing backpacks and stuff out of San Francisco, and they tried to team up with this local KTVU news anchor and stuff. Like, it's a real problem because the city won't do anything about it. They just let it happen. All these criminals come over from the East Bay, and they just hit up an entire street. They reach in, even if they don't have anything, they reach in, they'll look in the back trunk, and then they're in the car and they take off. And there's a couple of spots in the city where they can sell all the goods, and then those goods end up on boats going to other countries, or they're selling them at flea markets if they're like stuff that they stole from a Walgreens or whatever. That's why Walgreens shut down. CVS is all shut down. The Whole Foods shut down. Nordstrom's closed after 65, 70 years of being in the city.
You know what? That's a good point. A lot of businesses have left the city. Yeah.
Of course. Why would they stay open? If the city's not going to prosecute crime and they're going to let people steal whatever they want with immunity, then why would they stay open? The small mom and pop shops get just destroyed because they don't have the capital to keep replenishing their merchandise that just keeps getting stolen. They also can't afford to hire a security guard to stand there, but the security guards are not supposed to do anything anyways, because then they'll get in trouble if they tackle or hurt the criminal. The criminal can sue them. I mean, it's totally screwed, in my opinion. So,
and then you got that state law when nothing's going to get prosecuted if it's under $900.
Yeah. So that's why not all of them, but the majority of the pharmacies and the Walgreens and the CVSs have closed. So those are gone. Retail's gone. Nordstrom's gone. All these, Union Square is kind of like a ghost town. I was there, unfortunately, a couple of weeks ago. And once those are all gone, what are you left with?
Yep.
So I can see why wives and family members don't want to live in the city. And then everyone who supports the city, like Bonta Hill and all these people who are from the city, they're like, oh, they don't live in the city. They live somewhere else. Like Buster never lived in the city. He lived in East Bay. True. But do they want to drive into the park on King Street and see all the tents? Or do they want to go out to dinner before the game and have to, drive by or walk by people defecating on the street and shooting fentanyl and, having these zombies walk all over them? It's a problem. I think it's a huge problem. And it's so condensed. Downtown LA is a joke. It's disgusting. But people can live in Malibu. There's still a lot of problems in Malibu, but Santa Monica, Palos
Beverly
Verdes,
Hills.
Beverly Hills there's all kinds of homeless people in Beverly Hills right now. I got buddies that live down there. They tell me all the time. Yeah. It's a real problem.
The problem is California's gotten the rents are so high, and it just people that can't afford it.
Yeah. So I think it's a real issue. People. Yeah. So let's say they signed Ohtani for $700 million. Ohtani's not going to live in San Francisco. He's probably going to live in Atherton, or even if you go south, he's not going to live in San Bruno. He's not going to live in San Carlos. He's not going to live in Redwood City. He's probably going to live in Atherton. That's where Steph has a $45 million house, in Atherton. He's not going to live in the South Bay. You're not going to commute an hour up to the city every day. Maybe he lives in the East Bay, but I can't see a player of that caliber living in Danville or, the Creek, Blackhawk. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, it's just, there's more money. There's better places to live in LA. The weather's better. The team's better. The ownership group's better.
There you go.
Why would anyone want to come to San Francisco?
I've been talking about that for a long time. The Giants have one thing they could do. They could throw money, but that's it. After that, what else does the team have to offer as far as a competitive? I'm not talking about all just like the outlier stuff. I'm talking about being a competitive team.
Why don't you do them what they need to do? How did they win their world championships? Did they have a bunch of free agents come join them? No. They won it with sound drafts and solid players Posey was their only real star. I mean, if you want to call, he's a Hall of Famer. The rest of them were above average. They weren't superstars. Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford were really good players, but they weren't superstars. They didn't have a loaded team.
Right.
They had superstar pitchers in
Right.
Lincecum and
Lincecum.
Mad Bum.
Mhm.
And Kane for a short period during that run was the first couple years of the championship years. And then they made trades like Pence and Scudero and Affelt and
Angel Pagan,
Pagan and what's
Aubrey Huff, Pat Burrell.
I'm all of a sudden I'm
Cody
forgetting
Ross?
the lefty pitcher who's on the broadcaster.
Affelt, Lopez.
No, I said Lopez, Javi. They added and they built a solid team. They're going to do it again. That is the recipe. It's the only recipe. Forget trying to get all the free agents with the current state of everything that's going on.
Problem is they got a new chef, and the new chef doesn't use that recipe.
Yeah, the chef needs to go. He's burnt the place down.
Yeah, Chef Boyardee. That's what he is.
Well, he's literally made this franchise into a laughing stock. I mean, I didn't have a chance because, with the chip, but I wanted to, during my comments about when I was saying to Ned that, players talk and they talk amongst themselves. This isn't just the players. It's the national media. Tom Verducci, Alex Rodriguez on national TV, MLB Network, all these people talking about the Giants, their platoon system and all that, and their analytics. It sends a message. The Giants are, I'm telling you, Farhan is looked at among former GMs, probably current GMs, but they're looked at as like he's different. He's running a different, he's trying to play a different brand of baseball than what's out there. You follow? Check.
Yeah.
I mean, the game, remember, Farhan was brought in, Larry Bear. We believe, we got to keep up with the Dodgers and the analytics and all this and that, and we're going to do this. And what does Farhan do? First signings, Connor Joe, Michael Reed, picks these guys up, and they start opening day of 2019.
That was just the beginning.
And that was the beginning. And how many more guys like that have we seen? He's lucky that Yaz actually produced at a major league level for a while. That he was hitting 20 home runs. Because I wonder if the guy's name, let me ask you this, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think if Yastrzemski's name was, Tom Sullivan or whatever, and do you think he'd still be on the roster with the production he's given the last couple years?
So you think it's his last name that's carrying it?
Well, I'm wondering.
I don't think it's his last name at all. I think it's just he's just like slightly above, like not slightly. He's above mid as a player.
Right.
I think he plays a very solid defense.
He's a really good outfielder.
Yeah, really good outfielder. I don't think he's got the greatest arm, but he's always in good position. He's accurate, but he's always in good position. He runs the ball down. Offensively, he's above mid, and that goes a long way on a shitty team like the Giants.
Well, yeah, I think Yaz would be a really, really valuable, good player on a team like the Dodgers. Like he would be probably an all-star.
On what? On the Dodgers?
Yeah,
he would never play on the Dodgers. He would never. No.
Right now, he could.
No.
Their outfield. what is their outfield, Sean? They don't have a very good outfield.
I guarantee they have 3 players in their minors that are significantly better than Yaz.
I don't know.
And I don't know their minors. Yaz does not do it for me. If he's our like I said, if he's our 3 hitter this year, I might not even watch a game. I'm done with him throwing in the 3 hitter. He's just not a 3 hitter.
Well, he's not a 3 hitter. He's like a 6 or 7 hitter.
Yeah,
but
they just wrote his name in the lineup every fucking day in the 3 spot. He doesn't do it for me. He doesn't do it for me. Sorry.
I mean, this is what I'm saying is I think he's a good player on a good team, but he's like their best all around player. Him and Estrada.
I don't think he could crack it. I don't think he could crack a starting lineup on a good team. That's my opinion.
Well, maybe he's the 4th outfielder that comes in and becomes a guy that is serviceable.
Defensive replacement at the end of the game is all I see him as.
But
he's starting every game for the Giants because their offense is so weak.
I mean, when Wilmer Flores is your cleanup hitter.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a really bad. So this is what Farhan has done, though. And,
Yeah, Johnny said that hurts to hear. That's his kid's favorite player. Yaz is a great person. He's a phenomenal person.
I love Yaz.
Yeah, he's a great person. But look at his numbers. There's nothing to write home about. What do you get? Like 50 RBIs? Like, come on, guys. You need your 3-hole hitter to get at least 80 RBIs. If he's getting 50 RBIs from your 3 spot, you got a huge problem. Huge problem. Well, how many RBIs did he have last year? 60, 50?
I'll check.
Yeah, bring up his numbers. I mean, it's not 3-hole. It's not a 3-hole.
I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah,
we'll
Yaz
see.
is one of the only marketable players. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem when your most marketable player is like slightly above mid.
You know what? We didn't get to those super chats, did we?
Yeah, I played. I got most of them, but the only one I didn't
43 RBIs.
Did you get Jim Malay's?
I got Jim Malay's 5, but I didn't get his 10.
Darn, Jimmy.
Oh my god.
Hey, he might not even be with us in the chat.
No, he went to sleep. He went to sleep.
Dang it. Jimmy, thank you so much. He donated $10. Now who's going to want to come play against Tokyo and Snakes? Effing livid. Thanks, Jim. Sorry we didn't get to that earlier. Did we get to this one?
Yep. Already got that one. Yeah,
we did. And this one?
Yep.
Okay. The rounder coming from a Dodger fan. Keep up the great work, Farhan. Yeah. We already did that one?
Actually, that one, yeah, we just did right now. That's
okay.
The one I didn't. Yeah.
Hey, rounder,
and then the
thank
other two
you.
We got.
Thank you. Yeah. It was hard to get to these tonight because of with Ned on, but Jimmy, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate you donating and following the show. We did get Mark Graves, right?
Yeah, we got Mark Graves right in the beginning.
And Prapa?
Yep. Prapa was the first one we put up.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. Okay. All right.
Will Martinez says sources briefed on the situation confirmed what NBC Sports area Alec Pavlovich first reported that the Giants saw where the Yamamoto bidding was headed and didn't see the point of continuing the match. Sounds like they probably. I wonder if they even. I bet you they even put in a freaking bid.
You know what? I was writing that to you tonight, and I think I pulled it because I was all the texts were. But I was going to say I bet you the Giants pulled out.
Yep.
I bet you the Giants pulled out.
So it wasn't even about that. I don't think Yamamoto told them you're no longer, part of it. I think the Giants just said, "Hey, we're done."
Yeah, I think that was it. I do, and I was going to mention that. You know what? And I'll tell you what. I don't really have a problem with it at that amount of money because I do think that the Giants, I think that plan is going to bite. I don't think it works. I really don't. I think it might get him a championship, but I don't know how long. I mean, he looks like a guy to me that like Larry mentioned, he's got a lot of Lincecum movement in him, and that movement of that body all around, it may do great for a few more years, but 12 years, I bet you the Dodgers are going to, the last 5 years, 6 years of that thing is going to be tough. But you know what?
Like he said, they got the money to be able to
They got
do
the
it.
money. So you know what?
They
The
got no
Giants,
problems there.
probably the Giants don't. I mean, I
Would
don't
you?
know.
This is totally like. Well, I guess it's kind of on topic. But Benji asked, "Who would you rather have, Yaz or Max Muncy?" And if you look at the numbers, Max Muncy, he hit 212, I think, because his
But he
stats
hit
are
like
shit.
30 something.
He hit 36 home runs and he had 105 RBIs. Would you rather
Yaz
have
had-
that, or would you rather have good mid offensive stats and good defense from Yaz?
I think I'd take Muncy as far as the bat. You know,
I would. Well, no, it's as a whole player. Like, would you rather have Muncy at first, hitting 36 jacks, hitting 212 and 105 RBIs? The only reason why he's got 105 RBIs is because all the guys are on base in front of him.
Yeah, he's not going to do.
He's not going to get 105 RBIs on the Giants.
Will Martinez says, also from Bag's column, they will ramp up their pursuit of a starting pitcher with left-handed Shota Imanaga, looking more like a potential consolation prize. And like we said, I think the Dodgers get another starting pitcher. They're going to,
you know,
whatever we don't want to happen, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Imanaga fits their budget. He's a Farhan. He fits into the Farhan special.
Mm-hmm. He does, with Matt Chapman at third base.
He better not get more money than Logan Webb, though. But he might, just because of the market. Giants are screwed.
Yeah, they're screwed.
Yeah, Corey, why not raid the Astros and Orioles scouting departments? Exactly.
Why would they want to leave there and come to the Giants? That's what I'm saying. Everything the Giants do.
Money. Yeah, well, yeah, for front office individuals, you can pay the shit out of them.
They don't care.
Yeah, you can,
they're not playing. They want the money. You triple their salary. I mean, I got
triple their salary.
My best friend growing up, his son is in the Orioles. He's a hitting instructor for the Orioles. He started there like 3 years ago, and he's seen all these guys come up, and you know he's out there working with Gunnar Henderson and Adley Rushman. He's worked with those guys. He's actually, you know, working with those guys in the minor leagues, and man, he's doing well, and the Orioles know what they're doing, and you know, the Giants they just better get a philosophy.
Well, that was great. Remember when Ned asked that question? So what is the direction of the Giants? And we're just like, oh, we don't know.
Get a philosophy.
More from Bags, according to Will Martinez here. Blake Snell would improve the rotation. Most reigning NL Cy Young Award winners do, but his league-high walk rates make him I can't even try to say it. Antithetical. Yeah. I think that's close as I'm going to get. To what the Giants prize. Yeah. Antithetical. To what the Giants prize among their pitching group. So you're probably not going to see Snell coming into the Giants. So what kind of amazing starting rotation can the Giants put out there now? Hey Sean, what's the odds for where Montgomery's going?
I bet he's going. Yeah,
that was super interesting. So I have it right here. So Hater's interesting too. Montgomery, the Giants are actually last on this list.
Yeah, I don't think he's interested in the West.
I don't think so either. He came off a World Series winning team.
You can get him at 20 to 1 to go to San Francisco.
I think it's
the number one team.
Texas.
The number one team with the best odds. The Red Sox.
Oh, Red Sox is what I said. Yeah,
that's what you said.
That's right.
Yeah.
It doesn't count if he leaves Texas. Yeah,
plus 125. Cardinals 3 to 1. Mets 3 to 1. Yankees 5 to 1. Brewers 10 to 1. Dodgers 10 to 1. Guardians 10 to 1. Orioles 10 to 1. And then it goes Miami, Blue Jays, Seattle, Chicago, then the Giants.
Forget the Giants. I don't think Montgomery's ever considered the Giants exactly. What's the odds?
Go ahead.
Guess who's what?
No, what were you going to say?
What? I was going to ask you about another player, but
Yeah, what's the player?
Imanaga.
Oh no, he's not listed. He's not listed on here. The last player on this list is that my book is offering is Chapman.
Chapman.
Yeah.
That's it. That's going to be the move Giants make. They're not going to
Yeah.
get Snell. They're not going
What
to
are
get
they're
Montgomery.
second? They're second behind the Cubs.
No, they're first.
They're first.
Even money for the Giants. Cubs are 250. Yankees 4-1. Dodgers 7-1. I don't know why you'd go there. Mets 7. Tigers, D-backs, Mariners, Marlins, Pirates. And they have Hader going to the Rangers.
Interesting.
And then the Dodgers both Rangers and Dodgers are plus 115.
I wonder
He's
if
going to
Ned
LA.
said, "Yeah,
Oh my
Christmas Eve."
God.
Christmas.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be something?
I'm gonna go
Christmas.
puke. No.
You know what?
So,
You know what, guys? The Giants are irrelevant. They really are. They're
Yeah.
irrelevant. The best thing they can do is play their young guys, bring up young guys, have a philosophy that everybody's following in the system, and everybody goes toward that philosophy, and make them, draft certain types of players, develop them. And I keep repeating it, but it's going to be a long 3 to 5 years minimum. I don't see
our shows are going to be great.
Yeah.
I don't see any hope of them competing with Farhan. And you know what? If you're willing to put out $700 million to Ohtani, what the heck is thrown away? And you've already blown, how many million did they eat on the Stella?
Wasn't it like 11 million? 11 to 13 million, somewhere around
Yeah.
there?
So how much do you think Farhan's making a year? A couple million? What do you think his extension was? I don't know I don't even know if it's do they put those guys out? Let me look that up. Salary.
I don't know if they do or not.
I would love to know.
Put Woodpits on there. Woodpit 420.
Yeah, I saw that.
Three World
you know
Series
what?
in the last 15 years, and we're a dead franchise. Yes. They haven't won a playoff series in 9 years. That's a problem.
Yeah, it
The
is.
Giants are not the Kansas City Royals. They're not the Cleveland Guardians. They are the San Francisco Giants. They have the most wins of any team in baseball. They're a legacy franchise. They're a legacy franchise, and they haven't won a playoff series in 9 years.
No, he's being serious. He's saying we've had 3 World Series and we're dead. Yeah. And we've become a dead.
Yes.
Basically, we've become a dead franchise. I got you.
Yes, totally agree. Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, they're dead, and it's a problem. It's a huge problem that they haven't won a playoff series with an expanded playoff number of teams. They haven't even won a playoff series in 9 years since they won the World Series in 2014 in Kansas City. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. So I think it starts at the top. Ownership group. We hate Farhan. Fire Farhan. Yeah, that's it. I gotta go to bed.
No worries.
All righty, Sean. Hey, thanks for joining. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yep. If I don't see or talk to either one, I'll talk to you, Dan. But Eric, I probably won't talk to you. Merry Christmas.
You too. Same
Merry
to you and your family.
Merry Christmas to both you guys. And at least we got a Bang Bang Niner gang. So
yeah, hey Sean. There we go. Yeah. Hey, I got
Bang Bang Niner gang. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go to Monday night's game. I think I'm gonna head out there on Christmas night.
Hey,
oh wow.
You're just a little note here on hold on here. Let me take a look at it. You're in danger of having to wear that Gabe's a Babe
the shirt.
The punishment
for what?
The punishment for the fantasy league.
What punishment?
That we set forth. You got to walk around.
Oh, sure.
That shirt's may look nice.
I'm not wearing shit.
We got to find
5
something.
and 9.
What,
No,
what kind of-
I did. Obviously I did make the playoffs. So what do you like? What are you talking about?
No, you're playing for
season's
last
over.
place.
The season's over.
I know, but there's still a game. You got a game this week. Did you even look?
Why do we? No, I haven't looked in weeks.
Oh, that's why you didn't last. You didn't even. Last week you played a quarterback that was out.
Yeah, I don't. And Dobbs is in my lineup right now. I don't. Once you don't make the playoffs, like who gives a shit? Like I didn't make the playoffs.
But you're still playing.
I'm not. No, clearly I'm not.
Like,
I'm not. I'm not still playing.
The computer is playing for you.
Yeah, I don't know why. It shouldn't be like the teams who don't make the playoffs or the consolation bracket. They shouldn't even have games. There should be no game. What games for what? For what?
Oh,
Just
Benji doesn't know. Hold on, I'll have to show him.
I know. I don't. Yeah, it's the NIT tournament. Instead of the
NIT.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, like when I lost last year, I just didn't care. I lost in the playoffs, but I didn't care after I lost, even though there was another game.
All right, Harry, Benji, this was what we came up with. This is before Farhan got fired. Oh, not Farhan, before Gabe got fired. This is oh man. That was and you had to wear that to Oracle Park.
Sean says he's not going to wear the shirt. We can't make him.
This will be the last place punishment. Well, I'm also
Sorry.
This will be the last place punishment for this image shirt of the Giants game next season. I'll wear the shirt, but I'm not going to a Giants game.
I'll wear the shirt, but I ain't going to a Giants.
They're not getting my fucking money. They're not getting a dime. They're not getting a dime of my money.
Yeah,
No.
that's the thing. What Giants fans in the chat? Let me ask you guys. Why would you spend money to go out and support this team? Maybe it'll get to the point where they sell it to somebody who wants to, that has, aspirations of being like, the number one team in baseball. Man, it's
All right, so I just put in DeVito into my starting spot, so at least there's that. But no, I haven't looked in weeks.
Oh, that did that change your odds? I think it
Of course it did. I had a guy with 0. I'm 57% to beat Purdy pretty good.
There you go.
I tell you what, Dan.
And I got 0.2 out of Taysom Hill tonight.
Oh, geez.
I tell you what, Dan. Next season, when this game starts, if this shit show stays the same, it's back to game day. I ain't paying to watch the damn Giants.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant
I'm
fantasy.
watching dots.
I'd
rather watch dots than what the hell's going to be on that field.
Yeah. Oh, man. Shoot.
Yeah. So.
All right, Sean.
All right, guys.
Have a great night. We'll see you.
Yep. Yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. All right. Thanks. Man, 10 after 1 right now here. Jeez.
Yeah, we went. Boy, we're going for the long haul. 3 hours and 35
Is there really
minutes.
that many people watching, or did they just leave their phones?
That's how many people are watching. Pretty amazing. I appreciate your guys' support, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Really good. Really good. Biggest night, NorCal sports
history.
Short history.
Yep.
Almost 400 that we hit in the chat. We almost pulled off a Ted Williams tonight.
Almost.
But we settled for George Brett. 390.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, there's a lot of Giants fans out there that are frustrated with it. I can understand. I mean, this is just
a great opening. Let's bring up that opening again.
Oh, you want to do the opening? All right, here we go. This is how we opened the show.
If you missed the show at the very beginning, 3.5 hours ago. Yes, I did say that 3.5 hours ago. Here is the opening of tonight's show with Yamamoto signing. Let's get the sound.
There you have it.
More people here than Orange Friday at Oracle. Wow. You know what? That was awesome opening with I just noticed that this time I was looking at Yamamoto, his mouth was open. It almost looked like he was sounding the alarm.
Oh man.
You know, it would have been awesome tonight. I was watching the Rams game, and
That's
and
the plan. That's the plan, FPS.
I was watching the Rams and the Saints. The fact that Yamamoto came to a deal tonight, maybe that was true that he was coming to Ohtani tonight.
I think that got leaked. I don't think it was supposed to be yet.
But what would have been awesome was that he signed or, made the deal and then walked into the stadium wearing a Rams jersey with a Dodger hat on and sat next to Ohtani. And that would have been the announcement.
Could you imagine?
The place, that would have been awesome. Man, I'm just glad I'm a little, I'm not, 40 years old anymore, flipping out. I can laugh at this crap now. I mean, I was so competitive and just so irritated, but now I've just learned to accept things because I knew this was coming.
Unless it's fantasy football.
Well, I have control.
Yeah, you have control of that. Yeah.
I have some control. I don't have control with how they perform, but at least I can.
I just can't. I mean, it's one thing to go into the, one of the New York teams, but the Dodgers, man.
No Ram fans, exactly. It's like, you know what? I think this makes the story better. I'm going to paint a different picture for you all. And do we still have our resident Dodger in here? Who's our
he's
Dodger
in there.
guy?
Benji's in there. I
Benji.
saw him.
Where is Benji?
He's up there. He's in there.
Okay. What makes this the fact that Yamamoto and Ohtani and whoever else they add, if they don't win it now, I mean, that everybody's going to be gunning for them now. I mean, teams are going to want to beat them. They have position because of the way things have gone, that they have got all the top guys and the way they were able to get the deferred contract with Ohtani. People are going to want to beat the Dodgers bad.
Well, if you think about this is not the first time this has ever happened. Look at what the Giants had in the 60s. You had Willie McCovey, Orlando Cepeda, Willie Mays, Bobby Bonds,
Juan Marichal,
Gaylord Perry.
And they didn't win a World Series.
They didn't win a World Series. It can happen. But it could also be the 1920s New York Yankees where they won every damn World Series. I mean, you don't know.
It's crazy too, because you look at those Giants teams in the 60s, all they had to do is win. Well, back then they didn't even have divisions.
Right.
So you had to be the best team of 12 National League teams.
Correct.
And if you won that, you were the best team, you went to the World Series.
You went to the World Series, yep.
Automatically.
Yep.
So think about it. Very tough to do. One team makes it. One. Now, it's I don't know. Maybe it's harder now because you got 6 or 7 teams and you got to get through the playoffs.
Yeah.
So you get a good you get good pitching like Arizona had, and Dodger bats went cold.
The biggest issue is the Giants are doing nothing. That's the issue I'm having.
Are they doing nothing? Are they doing nothing, or are they?
They've put themselves in that position. It's not like
are they doing something that is in the wrong area? Why not, instead of going at the top end of the market, why not go out and get, a Waka or a Sonny Gray who signed who was second in Cy Young in the American League last year. Why are you waiting on Yamamoto when you could have had Sonny Gray? He signed for $3 and $75. Why not go offer, $4 and $100 for Sonny Gray? I mean,
Dan, we talked about this. They put all their eggs in the damn basket. Come on. Did they not think that Yamamoto was not going to get jacked up?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Bay Area GM. What they're doing is a foolish plan. They never had a shot at Yamamoto or Ohtani. Never.
So go after Eduardo Rodriguez. Go after some of these other guys instead of knowing that you're not going to be able to get the deal done.
They were never going to get Ohtani.
Exactly.
Ever. And they were never going to get Yamamoto. We said so on the show. Said it constantly. They just had no shot. And that's the problem when you have a guy who doesn't understand sales. Let me give you guys a story. I've probably told it before, but let me tell you a story. When you are new in sales, I've hired many salespeople, many, over 30 or 40 in my career, and I've trained them all. And I learned early on that not everybody has the ability to be that good in sales, and sometimes you can try to teach it, but some people just don't have the skills. Here's the deal when it comes to my early career in sales. I didn't recognize. I used to say, "Oh yeah, they're very interested." They said they wanted to think about it. And so I believed that all these people were sincere, and I was not getting any sales because think about it or give me a couple days was just a put off. It was not, they were just saying no in a politer way. They didn't want to say no. And so they would say, well, let me think about it. Or I need to talk with my partner. Or I need to talk. I can't make that decision. I need to talk so-and-so. Well, once I learned that that was a no, I would counter that differently. Farhan does not understand what he's dealing with. He doesn't have that ability to get the type of sales at the high end. He got Jung Hoo Lee because his market was only a few teams, and Farhan did a giant overpay. And that's why Boris took the offer, because he knew it was a lot bigger than anywhere else he could get it. So that's why he's a giant. So you can't, I've said this, Farhan it's ownership's fault for having Farhan in the position he's in, because he's in way over his head when it comes to big deals and big free agent signings, because he's looking at it he doesn't understand where things are going. He doesn't, so let's see, what is this? Bay Area says, I agree, Dan, but some were waiting for Yamamoto to set the high end of the market. Yes. He was waiting, and we knew he wasn't going to be in on it. And that's the problem. Farhan needs to know, don't even get into these deals and wait on them and make meetings if you're not willing to go to the top. You think you're going to, if you're in the ballpark of these other teams, he's not choosing you. Never. Go way up over the regular, whatever the bid is. That's your only shot. And do it early. Do it right. When I say early, I mean, once you know where the price range is going to be and there's a market getting established, then, make that call and say, this is our top end offer, take it or leave it right now. Or, stop playing with the fans. saying you're in on things. You were never. They weren't in. Go back to our shows. You guys heard them. I said they're not getting Yamamoto. Did we talk about the possibility still existed? Yeah, because you never know if something crazy happens. But I never thought seriously they would choose him, that he would choose the Giants. So this is the deal. This is where the Giants are at. The Giants are staring at fourth place. I don't know where the Padres are going to be, but they'll figure it out. They got a good general manager. Their problem is money.
Yeah. They got to shed some of that.
Yeah. Giants, geez, don't know what their hope is. Let's see. Ned didn't like that approach. I don't know if he didn't like it. He just said, you can try it. It may or may not work. You'll find out. That's kind of what my whole point is. Stop jerking around with, the fans that you're in it.
Good point. When attendance crashes this year, change has to happen next year.
Well, I was saying earlier, and I don't know if I ever completed the thought because I was asking what Farhan's salary was.
Yeah.
You wasted money on Listella. You paid that off 11, 12 million, 8. Why not eat Farhan's deal and just fire him?
I agree. Fire him. I think he needs to be fired. If
he doesn't come through, why would you rinse and repeat this crap? Problem is you're stuck with him for this year, at least. But they should have been shopping at the top end of the, baseball market for minds like Ned. But I think you just got a group of people in it that just, it's like a mutual fund. They want to just get their 4% profits each year off their investment, 4 to 5% growth, and then they'll make their big money someday when the team, they're either bought out their shares or, it's an investment. I think a lot of these guys are just in it for the investment. They're not in it. It's a great investment. It's a real estate investment.
Correct.
Once the Giants' net worth, okay, let's say their net worth's like 3.6 billion right now, right? 3.4, 3.6, whatever it is. And you got in when it was worth 2.5 billion.
Oh yeah, dude, that's a nice chunk of change.
Okay, so you've made let's say you got 4% stake in the club, right? Say you got 4%. And all of a sudden it's worth 5 billion someday. Well, club's not going to sell ownership, but it says, you know what? I want someone buy my shares out. So you got your shares you got 4% of the shares at 2.5 billion, and now it's worth 5 billion. You can double your money.
Yep.
And that could be several $1 million that you just cashed in on. So that's what's going on with this ownership group. It's pretty much like a mutual fund or a stock. That's how these owners are treating it. And what is Greg Johnson? What's he do?
What's he do?
I'm asking you.
What's he do? Yeah, what does Greg Johnson do? Yeah, I mean,
I just asked you. What does he do?
He's gonna hold on to this because he's gonna.
No, but do you know what he does, Greg Johnson? What his job is?
Oh yeah, he's a mutual fund guy.
Yeah, you were reading the chat and weren't paying attention.
No, I thought you were gonna. I thought you were being rhetorical.
No, yeah, what? Yeah, I was hoping you would know. What? Greg Johnson manages trillions of dollars in mutual funds.
Yep.
That's what this is. We hope to break even. Yeah, because our
That's what
owners
mutual funds
don't.
do.
Our owners don't want to lose money. We just want the value. You know, I don't know if the club's value ever declines or if it just keeps going up because of the real estate.
Yeah, exactly. Here's a question: do you think Farhan has any stake in this Mission Rock business?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Interesting. That would be interesting. I wonder if Farhan has a little. I wonder if he's dabbling in that whole Mission Rock stuff.
Maybe somebody, one of our investigative reporters, can check on
There
it.
you go. Anyone? Anyone know? Anyone know whether Farhan or not is involved with the Mission Rock stuff as
Only
well?
way things change is for fans to stop showing up at
Yes.
the ballpark, flooding sports talk YouTube channels like them. Letting them know you want change. Trust me, ownership listens. Bear has said this. Yeah, it's got to change. Where's Hiroku? Didn't see him in here tonight.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
Maybe he's boycotted us. I don't know. I did. He put out a little tweet that he's all excited over Derek Carr tonight.
Oh yeah, I saw that in the fantasy chat. Yeah.
I guess my running back did okay. He got 18.4 points. I was hoping for like 25. He could have got more if they would have. They didn't throw him one pass. One pass. Not even a target. Jeez. He was open too. Will says Derek Carr lit me up. Yeah. I don't know what Farhan's salary is, Aaron. I was trying to look it up. I couldn't find it. I think it's probably about, somebody said it might only be in the 500,000 range. I don't know. I don't know what GMs, what these guys, I would have thought it was a few million when he first signed. It's not telling me. Those things, it's kind of funny. Those things never get announced. Wow. He signed. Oh, wait a minute. Do you know what? Yeah, we knew that in 24. In March of 23 this year, Greg Johnson did say they had already extended him for a year. And he says, I can tell you that he's 100% here through the end of next season, Johnson.
I remember that.
Bagger. We do have an option if we don't extend him in the near future on a longer term basis, which is what we plan to do.
Yes.
At the very least, he'd be here through the end of 24.
That's when I said he's got a damn extension.
Wow. So San Francisco is yet to sign a superstar, with Zaidi leading the front office for now, signing Kevin Gausman and Carlos Rodon in free agency represented his best acquisitions. But if all goes to plan, Zaidi will have plenty of future Bay Area winners to make more signature moves.
Signature moves.
Yeah, what's the signature move? What is... That's crazy. Well, I think that's enough tonight. 4 hours.
Yeah.
4 hours, everybody.
Holy crap, man. I'm starting to wind down myself.
Yeah, it's midnight for you. It's 1 or 12:30. Huh? It's shoot, man.
I just let off a lot of steam.
Hey, 4 hour mark if we stay a little longer.
Say that again.
Can we make it to the 4 hour mark if we stay 2 more minutes?
Yep.
Actually, we only have to go about a minute more because at 3:59. Our doesn't our opening and closing.
Yeah, it lasts
over a
about a minute and a half or so, right? Something around there.
There we go. Then we'll have a 4-hour show. That will be
Yeah.
cool to put the 4-hour mark. People will look at that and go, "What's happening on that show?"
Thanks, Barry. I appreciate it. Hey, I want to appreciate all the support of the chat. You guys have been great, sticking with us for almost 4 hours. You guys are fantastic.
Hey, who's been here for the full 4 hours?
I know Senior has. I know Eric has. Will
Eric L.
Martinez, Aaron L.
Say I've been here. Just say I was here from the very beginning till right now to the end. Who? Let me just put it in the chat. Johnny T. All right, Johnny T. I've been here. North Cal Sports Network is blown.
Got
Jay
Eddie,
Belton. He's been here.
Dylan,
Tyler.
Jay,
Dylan. Jay.
Tyler. Chardon was not. That's a lie. Eric L.
I've been here for 5 minutes, Andrew says, but I have an excuse.
Necron. Yep, he's been here. The guy that Dan actually banned or accidentally banned. What was that earlier in the year?
Did
Rob
I?
C.
Oh, but I fixed it, right? I
Yeah,
fixed
yeah.
It.
Andrew, what's up, Andrew? Our buddy
Robert
from Scotland.
Boyd. Robert Boyd was here from the whole beginning.
Unite the clans. Unite them.
Good old Andrew from Scotland.
Awesome, man.
Got Ethan. Got SJ Bell.
Will Martinez.
Chardon, you weren't here. Come on. Robert.
Will Martinez
he
says, I've been here since the first episode and haven't left. He's still on.
A
All right,
positive
Chardon,
show
you came
tomorrow.
late.
I don't know. What do you think, Dan? Are we gonna have? It depends. It all depends.
Well, I'll try and come up with something fun. Maybe we'll come up with a whole new thumbnail. We'll call it.
Yes.
What are we gonna? I don't know.
Great movie. Great movie. I know it's nothing. I get it.
Oh, freedom! You talking about?
I visited your beautiful country for about 11 days. Absolutely loved it. I want to go back.
Oh, that was Mel Gibson's line, right? Freedom.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Right before they cut his guts open.
Oh, we didn't even do the phone tonight. Well, we were gonna, but then we had
No.
Larry. Yeah, we had. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was great. It was great.
Oh, it was fantastic. I will cut that up. I'll cut out that.
Yeah. Hey,
Heavy
shoot, we
movie
could. You can do 40 10-minute segments, and we can just put out 40 new videos.
I know. I'll probably put a couple of shorts together and then put the whole Larry and Ned together in one.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. Hey, well, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate you guys hanging the whole time, several of you. And we'll come back tomorrow night at 8:30 again. And we'll do it all over again. And who knows, maybe we'll have some major league signings tomorrow. There could be some things get going. I'm sure these teams haven't just they've been talking, these teams who are in on Snell and other players, they've been talking. They're just waiting for this deal to come down, the terms, so that they can come.
Oh, yeah. Boris is working the phones. I'm sure he still is.
Yeah. Hey, Scott, call into this show. Let's see if we can get a deal done.
Yeah.
I'm the new GM. Work with me. Don't call Farhan. I'll get the deal done. Jeez. Wouldn't that be great? I'm calling somebody else.
You
man.
bet, Johnny.
Yeah. No authority. Don't have any authority. Good night, fellows. Thanks for talk. Yeah, wait. Thanks, Johnny. All right, guys. We'll be back tomorrow night. Thank you.